Chapter 139. Protect Her Majesty the Queen. The captain was aghast. He ordered loudly as he rushed over like a whirlwind. Bang! He kicked the maid who was struggling to get up in the abdomen and kicked her into the pool. Hiss! The green dragon and the white dragon returned. They circled above Dany's head in anger and helplessness, spitting out thin flames from time to time. Your Majesty, wake up. Seeing the queen bleeding from her 7 orifices and the long wound from her back to her left waist still losing blue blood, the Unsullied were so scared that their limbs turned cold. Dany forced her eyes open and said in a daze, Fire. Fire, make. Fire, bring me. Bring me kerosene, splash me. Ignite. Ah, snake lizard poison. The queen must have been poisoned by snake lizard poison and went crazy. The Unsullied who was supporting Dany's body said in horror. If she could move, she would definitely give this black eunuch warrior a big slap. Fire. I. Don't burn. She used almost all her strength. Her throat muscles atrophied and she could barely breathe. Dany's face started to turn purple. The captain suddenly quivered and shouted, Spearhead, Shortsword, Husk, Corn, the 4 of you help remove Her Majesty's armor and iron boots. The rest of you follow me. With that, he led the way to the lower hall. Although the Unsullied did not understand, their excellent military training made them obey the order reflexively. 4 Unsullied pulled out their short swords and nimbly and quickly pried open the iron buttons on Dany's thighs. The remaining 20 warriors followed the captain to the lower hall. Go get the kerosene, the queen wants to use fire to dispel the poison. The captain shouted. With that, he pulled down the kerosene lamp that was hanging on the wall and rushed to Dany's side with it. He splashed 7 to 8 pounds of kerosene on Dany's body along with the wick. When Spearhead, Shortsword, and the other Unsullied pulled off the queen's last iron boot, he quickly took out the flint from his waist and set Dany's shirt on fire. Boom! The orange flames instantly spread to Dany's entire body. The squad leader did not stop there. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and smashed the table and chair next to him. Then, he piled the pieces of wood and wooden sticks on Dany. At this time, more than 20 Unsullied also ran over with oil lamp holders. Just as they were hesitating whether they should pour oil on the queen, the captain with the highest IQ immediately roared, What are you standing there for? Can't you see that the queen's hair isn't on fire? Ooh. The Unsullied one looked down. Her shirt had been burnt to black ash and stuck to the queen's skin, but her exposed skin was still white and delicate, glowing with vitality. Her Majesty really is an unburnable. An Unsullied muttered in disbelief. Quick, inform the brothers below to go to the kitchen and bring some firewood over, the captain continued to shout. Captain, let's lock up that assassin first. An Unsullied pointed at the maid who was struggling to get up from the pool. Tie up her limbs. By the way, take off her clothes. Check her teeth carefully, and then put a mouth on her, the captain said hatefully. An hour later, the indigo sky began to be dotted with shining eyes of the night. Jorah Mormont, dressed in iron armor, panted as he climbed up the 100-meter-high Great Pyramid. Seeing a pile of firewood burning fiercely, he felt cold all over. He was so panicked that he could barely breathe. Her Majesty. Where's Her Majesty? Under the charcoal, I don't know, bang, bang, bang boom. Before the captain could finish his words, the neatly stacked crematorium shook violently. Like a flaming demon struggling to climb out of the fire. Boom! A white fist reached out from the burning coals, and after a series of rustling noises, Dany sat up, her silver hair hanging loosely behind her. Her hair, face, neck, and shoulders were all covered in charcoal ash, like a naughty child who had been playing marbles on the ground for a day. But her eyes were bright, and her violet eyes were full of vitality and vitality. Her Majesty. Your Majesty, are you okay? I'm fine. Danny sat cross-legged in the fire and complained, "The charcoal ash makes it hard for me to breathe, and the temperature inside is not as high as the outer flame, so it's uncomfortable to burn. Sigh, it seems that I'll have to build a grill where I can lie comfortably in the future." Jorah Mormont's mouth was wide open, and his face was dull. He could not help but think, the street teppanyaki was magnified 100 times, and the queen was lying on it and burning. Hurriedly dispelling the messy thoughts in his mind, Mormont asked, "Your Majesty, do you know who sent the assassin?" "Needless to say, it must be the Gith." Danny rolled her eyes. Jorah Mormont looked around and saw that there were no outsiders, so he asked directly, "I heard that it was Doria who assassinated you." "She?" His tone was difficult, as if he could not believe it. "Is she a spy of the King's Landing, or a faceless one?" The last word almost exhausted all his strength, because the meaning of the word faceless was too terrible. "You haven't found Doria's body yet?" Danny frowned. Her words were tantamount to admitting the identity of the assassin. Jorah exhaled a long breath and murmured, "I thought the Gith slave masters were rotten, but I didn't expect them to be so bold." "Your Majesty, this war is not over yet. We have to take down Meereen and Cayuan. Those Gith people are too rich." The captain looked at Jorah, then looked at Danny and said, "Your Majesty, the pyramid has almost been cleaned, and Miss Doria was not found. That, the Unsullied whose pet dog is called Doryman, call him here." Danny thought for a moment and said, "You mean Ironhead who guards the north gate of the palace?" The captain asked. "His name is Ironhead." This rustic name made Danny complain in her heart, "I don't know his name. When I entered this afternoon, his dog barked at me." "Oh, he's Ironhead, I'll call him up." The captain nodded. Danny didn't know Ironhead's name, but she had seen him and his dog no less than 10 times, but they were all just passing acquaintances and had never communicated with each other. However, the dog had never bared its teeth at her before, but today it was unexpectedly irritable, as if it had met an extremely hated enemy. At first, she thought that she had just killed someone today, and her body was stained with a lot of blood, and the dog was stimulated by the murderous aura. Now that she thought about it, the dog was not targeting her at all. Doria was just beside her, and the dog was aware of her identity as an assassin. Danny and the little Unsullied misunderstood the keen dog. "Your Majesty, are you okay?" In a moment, the little Unsullied trotted over with the gray-skinned dog. Seeing Danny bathing in flames for the first time, Kid was so shocked that he was tongue-tied. His greyhound was also obediently curled up beside his leg. Perhaps it was frightened by the 3 dragons lying beside it. Well, the soul attack ended, and Big Black's soul returned to its place, and not long after, it struggled to fly out of the sea. It was also because he saw that Big Black was fine that Mormont continued to stay on the city wall to continue to command the battle until the sky darkened, and the last enemy ship disappeared from sight. "I'm fine, you're called Ironhead, right?" Danny said with a smile. "Yes, I'm called Ironhead." "Your dog, Doryman, before I came back today, did you see Doria?" "No, the guards at the north gate of the palace take turns in the morning, afternoon, and evening. I'm young, and the captain didn't let me take the night shift. These days, I come at noon and get off work after dark." Doria watched the citizens fight the lawsuit in the hall on the first floor in the morning, had lunch with me at noon, and didn't return to the palace on the top floor in the afternoon. Missandei said immediately. "Ironhead, when was the last time you saw Doria?" Danny asked again. Ironhead replied without hesitation, "The evening before yesterday, Sister Doria and I sat on the stone steps to feed Doryman. She liked Doryman before. The day before yesterday, the day I left." Danny frowned as she pondered, the firewood crackling around her. Under the night sky, the orange flames kissed her cheeks like little fairies, and her silver-gold hair danced rhythmically with the waves of fire. Beautiful, mysterious, like a goddess of fire. "Have you checked the vault?" Danny asked. She suddenly thought that Doria was in charge of the key to the vault, and if Faceless One replaced Doria, he would definitely have her key. "Yes," the captain said. "Humph, are you sure you searched the gold coin lake?" Danny said lightly. Go look again." "Oh right, bring Ironhead and his doryman." Danny confiscated more than 10 million gold royals from the slave owners. Gold royals were the currency of Westeros, and Slave Bay used radiance coins. In other words, the Queen's vault had more than 40 million gold radiance coins. The number of silver radiance coins was more than 500 million, and copper coins were not qualified to enter the Queen's vault. She did not count it carefully, and only estimated it by weighing it. It was almost piled up into a gold and silver lake, and not only could one swim in it, one could even get a small boat to row on the lake. "Found it, Your Majesty, Miss Doria was indeed buried in the gold coins." Only a quarter of an hour later, 2 Unsullied carried a body that was still slowly twitching to the front of the fire. "Woo-woo, Sister Doria, don't die." Ironhead pulled Doria's hand and cried, and Doryman was also anxiously circling on the side, letting out sad whimpers. Doria was not completely dead, and from her forehead to her neck, there was a layer of white cloth wrapped around her, and only her 2 nostrils leaked out. Traces of scarlet soaked the cotton cloth, emitting a faint smell of blood and medicine. Anesthetic? Painkillers? Disinfectant? Danny almost instantly guessed Faceless One's purpose. The corpse would emit a corpse's smell, and the gold coins could not block it, and Faceless One was not sure when Danny would return. Doria's chest was still moving up and down, but her breathing was rapid, less in and more out. "Bring her over." Danny in the fire waved to the Unsullied with tears. As soon as the tears fell down her cheeks, they quickly evaporated in the orange flames. "Maybe she can still be saved." Cora hesitated. "Can't save her, let her be free as soon as possible." Danny said sadly. "Maybe we can let Doria tell." "No need." Danny waved her hand to interrupt him. Through strong external stimulation, Doria might be able to recover for a while, so that she could ask about the situation after she was captured by Faceless One. But without asking, Danny could imagine that Faceless One must have obtained a lot of information related to Danny and Doria herself from Rhys's maid through cruel means. But what was the point of this except to make Doria more painful? The skin on her lips was peeled off. The Unsullied braved the wantonly rolling flames and put Doria on Danny's arms. After a moment of hesitation, the captain also pulled out his dagger and put it on Doria's abdomen. Beep 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 beep. Rhys's maid's dress was burning in the fire. Danny held Doria in her arms with her left hand and held the dagger to her throat with her right hand. "Doria, you." Danny suddenly turned her head and pushed the dagger forward. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Fresh blood splattered onto the charcoal fire, giving off white smoke that stank of burnt flesh. Danny saw a colorful spiritual substance floating out of Doria's body. It seemed to form a figure in the night sky, smiling and waving at her. It even said to her, "Calixie, take care. Goodbye." Chapter 140. You're not dead. In the dark stone room filled with the smell of decay, the Faceless One who had lost her face said in disbelief. A young woman in her early 20s, bald, with a purplish-blue left eye that was swollen like a small steamed bun. Inside the eye socket was a tattered eyeball dripping with black blood. Her nose, forehead, cheeks, and chin had bruises and bruises. A few of her teeth were missing, and she spoke with a lisp. The Unsullied did not mistreat her. The injuries on her face were caused by Danny's iron boots yesterday. The assassination had happened yesterday. At this moment, it was already the morning of the second day after the naval battle. Danny could vaguely see that the other party's original face was very ordinary. Her skin was rough, pale with a little sallow, just like all the poor women in the street. Her facial features had the unique three-dimensional feeling of a Westerner, but there was nothing special about it. Her nose was not high or flat, her mouth was not big or small, her eyes were not big or small, and her eyebrows were not thick or thin. Her cheeks were square, and her intact right eye was light blue. It was different from Doria's beautiful ocean-like deep blue. You were stabbed in the back by someone. Even if the stab was not deep, the poison must have entered your heart. The mixed poison of snake lizard and scorpion tail beast, and with the help of blood witchcraft, even the most robust gladiator would die within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea after piercing the skin. How did you survive? The female assassin opened her single eye and carefully looked at Danny, who had changed into a purple gauze dress. Her hair was braided and tied to the back of her head, revealing a full forehead, a small heart-shaped face, rosy skin, and sharp eyes. She did not look like a poisoned person at all. You don't know this? Danny opened her right hand and handed a purple crystal to the other party. What is it? The assassin asked. It seems that the faceless one is only a so-so. You didn't even collect the most basic information. Danny sneered again and again. The assassin was furious at first, but she immediately recovered her calm. Like a monk chanting, Amitba, she lowered her eyes and whispered, Valor Morgulis, all mortals have to die. Danny's eyes flashed. She is really a faceless one, she admitted it. After a while, the female faceless one raised her head again and slowly asked, what did someone neglect? Before I left Queers, one of the 13 Titans, Lord Zero, gave me a magical amethyst necklace that can protect me from poison. Later on, I pried the magic crystal from the necklace and made it into a hairpin. I wore it on my head all the time. I was indeed poisoned in the beginning, but although the magical amethyst crystal isn't as miraculous as Sir Zero said, it still forced the poison out of my body bit by bit, Danny said calmly. Impossible. The female assassin became excited again. Only the powerful red god priests can create the poison avoidance crystal, and they have to predict the toxins they will encounter in the future and prepare the corresponding antidote or magic in advance. The story of the magic crystal's poison resistance was misunderstood and exaggerated countless times. It was impossible for it to defend against all poisons. I already knew about the magic amethyst given to you by the people of Queers, but even if it's really a magic amethyst, you're not a red deity priest. Otherwise, you would have predicted today's assassination, and I wouldn't have been able to hurt you at all. So it was like this, no wonder this broken crystal had no effect at all. Danny cursed Zero 10,000 times in her heart. To think that she had been wearing it on her head these past few days. No matter how terrifying the snake lizard poison and the scorpion tail poison were, they were still biological poisons. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of protein. Any protein would lose its activity when it encountered a high temperature of 800 to 900 degrees. Danny's cells, neurons, spinal cord, teeth, red blood cells, white blood cells, and even the amino acids and glucose in her blood could resist high temperatures. However, the things that were harmful to the human body would remain as they were. Therefore, she often used fire to disinfect and kill mites, get rid of dead skin and calluses. Other than its beauty effects, it could also aid digestion, increase cell activity, and absorb nutrients. The higher the temperature, the more active the molecules. It was very scientific. When her body temperature rose to 200 degrees, the snake lizard poison and the scorpion tail poison would be broken down from protein into amino acids, which would be digested and absorbed by Danny. However, she wouldn't say this to the female assassin. The Unsullied who were present at the time were also ordered to keep quiet. It was better to let the enemy poison her than to cut off her head or dig out her heart. Whether you believe it or not, my magic crystal really has the effect of avoiding poison. Zero himself also relied on it to avoid many assassination attempts by the royal family of Kars, Danny said indifferently. Without waiting for the other party to say anything, she put away the purple crystal and asked, "Who hired you?" "You think someone would know?" The female assassin sneered. "As a faceless, you don't even know who your employer is?" Danny said in disbelief. "Humph, the mother of dragons also lived in Bravos for a few years. Do you think that the House of Black and White only has one Unsullied?" The assassin sneered. There was no doubt that as the world's #1 assassin organization, and also openly doing business with the people of the world, the Faceless had at least a powerful government backing them. Moreover, they were also an extremely secretive organization. The female assassin was very likely telling the truth. She was only a tool to carry out her mission. She didn't know who her employer was or why she wanted to kill the person involved. Just like Arya Stark in Roaming Powers. "What's your name?" Dany changed the question. "Someone was called Doria before, but now I'm nobody." The female assassin revealed a strange smile. Dany's eyes sharpened, and she said coldly, "Then, have you ever heard of someone called Aunt Katie?" "Ha ha ha, the fat cook who lives in Lynn High Street." The faceless laughed in a low voice. "Yes, someone is also Aunt Katie. A stranger definitely couldn't get close to Doria, so last night Dany ordered an investigation of all the employees in the pyramid. As a result, they found that a fat cook named Katie was missing. Obviously, the faceless first sneaked into Astapor and found an opportunity to replace the cook, Katie. After coming into contact with Doria, the identity of Katie was abandoned. As for pretending to be a cook and poisoning the food, just like how few emperors were poisoned to death by assassins, Barristan had also established a perfect food audit system for Dany. "You're a faceless, why are you cooperating with others?" Dany asked. "Cooperation?" The female assassin cracked her ugly mouth that was missing a few teeth and sneered, "Faceless have no partners, but can borrow the strength of others to complete the mission." Involuntarily, Dany thought of Arya's old friend, Jia Kuan. He seemed to have been captured in King's Landing and was imprisoned in King's Landing's dark prison with 2 partners. However, his identity as a faceless was unknown, and Jia Kuan was only using the 2 villains to cover his true purpose. "Do you know who you're cooperating with?" The female assassin smiled proudly. "You should ask that person, ask him if he knows who he's cooperating with. Ha ha ha. Then, of the 3 dragon eggs in my treasury, Yuluan only knows about 1, what about the other 2? Dany said lightly. At first, the Unsullied didn't notice that the dragon eggs were stolen at all. Later, under Dany's reminder, they returned to the treasury and seriously looked for Doria buried under the gold coins, but to their horror, they found that the queen's dragon eggs were also missing. The assassin looked at Dany's face seriously and said strangely, "You're so calm after losing 3 dragon eggs?" Because all 3 eggs were fake. She hadn't thrown away the fragments left behind by the dragon hatching. When she was in Kors, she met an Asian peddler who sold fake dragon eggs, so she learned his method and glued 3 broken stone eggs together into a complete dragon egg. Even the color of the egg changed. The brass dragon egg used to exchange for the Unsullied was fake, and even Yuluan didn't recognize it. At first, the 3 unsophisticated maids didn't know about this matter, because Dany wasn't sure who she would use it to deceive next time, or when she would sell it for money. The maidservant's impromptu reaction might give her away her great scheme of fraud. But after defeating Astapor, well, benevolent Lord fell, and Dany was full. She didn't need to use the fake eggs to cheat money anymore. The 3 missing stone eggs were casually thrown into the treasury by the maids, together with the dozens of boxes of gems. As for the brass dragon egg seized from Yuluan, it was always in Dany's bedroom. She hugged it to sleep almost every day, waiting for it to hatch slowly. Of course, Doria knew which one was fake and which one was real, but obviously, Rhys's maid wasn't stupid. Instead, she was a little smart, and at the last moment of her life, she tricked the faceless. Oh, no, the one who wanted the dragon egg must be Yuluan. Not only did that guy not give up on the dragon's horn, he also didn't want to give up the brass dragon egg. That's right, dragon binder plus dragon whelp, a perfect match. But unfortunately, Dany sneered in her heart, but her expression was still indifferent. She said, "I can't even control 3 dragons, so what's the use of a few more wild dragons? And, the price of hatching a dragon is too high. I have to exchange the soul of the closest person from the Night Kingdom for the spirit of the dead dragon of old, just like my black dragon, Balerian's reincarnation." At this point, she couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression and said sadly, "If I had a choice, I'd rather have a dragon than a dragon." Dany's performance infected the female faceless. She suddenly said, "No wonder you locked the dragon egg in the box and didn't ask about it. The dragon egg wasn't the target of my mission. It was all in the flower bed and was taken away by that person along with the horn." "Well, you've answered my questions, and I've also told you a lot of secrets. Now, you only have a little value left." Dani raised her index finger and said coldly, "Tell me the secret of the faceless, and I may spare your life." He, all mortals have to die." The female assassin closed her only eye and sneered. "I hope you can keep persevering, Hat-Tar, and serve her well." Pa. The strong man walked out of the shadows and grinned. "Her Majesty the Queen, there's no mouth in this world that the devil's tail can't open." Dani didn't waste too much time on the faceless. There were still thousands of sailors waiting to be recruited at the dock. Last night, before the guy's fleet left, they released a signal to the sailors gathered at the dock area, and thousands of people swarmed to the sea. Well, when the sailors swam to the dock after falling into the sea, they didn't want to attack the city of Astapor. They didn't even have a weapon, so how could they attack the 6 or 7 meters high city wall? They were mainly worried that as soon as they climbed onto the Allied warships, they would immediately be attacked by the Megalosaurus. Of course, they also didn't want Dani to surrender. When the fleet left at night, they swam to the fleet in the sea. The guy's people were right. At night, the sky was dark, and the ships were moving slowly, so the giant Molotov missiles naturally failed. But Dani had already made arrangements for this. The 3 Megalosaurus immediately changed, and dozens of beer bottle-sized pots were tied together, like a bunch of grapes. The Megalosaurus flew at a height of 500 meters, and the ships on the sea could be vaguely seen. The grape bombs fell to the sea in the form of heavenly maidens scattering flowers. There would always be a few bottles smashing on the sails, and then the ships would lie down. In this way, the guy's fleet not only failed to rescue the sailors who had fallen into the sea before, but also lost 7 or 8 ships. The guy's people were too greedy. At dusk, after the black dragon fell into the sea, the 3 dragons closed for a period of time. At that time, if they escaped, they could save 80% of the sailors gathered at the dock. However, not only did the guy's fleet not leave, but they also thought that Dani had died and began to approach the coast to launch the fiercest attacks on the city wall. Therefore, although Korra was worried about Dani's safety, he had been holding on for more than half an hour before leaving the battlefield. Well, Dani was burned for a few minutes and regained consciousness. The 3 dragons were keenly aware of the situation of their mother, and under the leadership of Big Black, they returned to the dock to continue to be bombers. Chapter 141. It was not difficult to incorporate the enemy sailors. Dani was the mother of dragons, the liberator of slaves. As long as the slave sailors had no holes in their brains, they would be willing to surrender. She only rode on Big Black's back and flew over the heads of the sailors at the dock, and the more than 10,000 sailors who had lost their ships all surrendered. Conditional surrender. Slaves were allowed to be liberated, but for non-slave sailors, Dani could not force people to be bandits. Obviously, there were not only the oarsmen and slave warriors on the ship, but also the captain, the first mate, the second mate, and other high-ranking freemen. They were not slaves, and most of them came from well-off families. Naturally, they were not willing to join Dani in the rebellion that would cost them their lives. Well, rich people are qualified to receive education, and educated people at least have a view of the big picture. Like the descendants of the Rose Group, the experienced senior sailors believed that Dani's abolition of slavery was against the whole world. Individuals against the world were destined to have no good end. Therefore, they asked Dani to allow them to redeem themselves with money in accordance with tradition. Although Dani cherished the talents of those elite sailors, she also understood that the melon that was forcibly twisted was not sweet, so she agreed, "You can redeem yourself, but you have broken the law after all, and all of you must work for Astapor City for 5 years." Of course, the ransom of nobles and ordinary sailors was different, and the treatment they received was also different. Well, the food and accommodation would be better. Dany did not ask for too much, and only set a price for each captive who did not want to join her according to tradition. She did not even treat those Gith differently. They were all treated the same. Dany was so magnanimous that the sailors immediately raised their hands and surrendered. Well, those people certainly did not know that autumn was coming to an end, and the long night was coming soon. A total of 8,000 strong slave soldiers were incorporated, and the remaining 3,000 real sailors became coolies. After dealing with the sailors in the morning, Dany rode Big Black and led 5,000 infantrymen back to Poplar Slope in the afternoon. After burning the bodies of more than 10,000 soldiers of the Gith coalition, she began to reorganize the army on a large scale the next day. 20,000 civil servants and militia, 5,000 immaculate ones, 10,000 wings of liberty with a mix of infantry, cavalry, and bows, and 15,000 Queen's Guards selected from 70,000 slave warriors. Dany gave the Queen's Royal Guards the White Dragon flag, officially becoming a new army. Yep, here, Dany used the Celestial Emperor's heart technique to purposely split the new free citizens of different cities into different troops, so as to prevent the free citizen guards, who were getting stronger and stronger, from having too much power. The vile Mother of Dragons is reorganizing her army. She's about to lead an army of 200,000 to attack Kayuan. In just one night, the virtuous lords of Yuan-Kai City knew this terrible news. The Black Messenger Crow carried a black message. It couldn't be helped, there were definitely spies from Kayuan City among the thousands of merchants and prostitutes who were working for the Guy's army or merchants who were reporting to Kayuan City for the sake of gold radiance coins. Is that true? Is the news confirmed? Sigh, the news brought by the dozen or so messenger crows are exactly the same. It can't be wrong. That woman even wrote a declaration for the merchants to spread throughout the world, to the people of the world, Sage Kayuan's 7 serious crimes. Damn it, this again. When we attacked Astapor last year, she also wrote 7 great sins. Looks like she's really going to fight us to the death this time. Sigh, we have an army of 200,000, and we don't have time to recruit new mercenaries. Why doesn't she just die? The slave trade is the foundation of the world's great maritime trade. Even queers and the Volantis want to kill her, so why doesn't she just let herself be killed by an assassin? The heavens don't have eyes. Yeah, the heavens are unfair, and the gods are blind. We're standing aloof from worldly affairs, just obediently staying in Slaver's Bay, doing business dutifully, repeating thousands of years of simple and unpretentious life, treating people with integrity, providing quality service to the entire world. Why would that woman come and provoke us, a group of honest people? In the end, it's still Queer's pity that he's useless. He already snuck into the Great Pyramid and even stole the dragon egg, but he still didn't kill that woman. He caused us to lose more than 30 ships for nothing. We should find a more professional assassin. Let's just pool our money and hire a faceless. Hiss. Faceless? That would cost tens of millions of gold radiance coins, right? According to the current situation, it's no less than 20 million. It's probably the most expensive price in history. But if we call the Great Lord of Myrene, 1 million gold radiance coins per person would be enough. Distant water can't quench a present thirst. We can hire a faceless, but we must defeat this wave of attack. I'm very puzzled. Even if Astapor defeated our allied forces, didn't they suffer any losses? Don't they need to recuperate? In the palace at the top of the Great Pyramid, the virtuous masters sitting around the round table discussed with each other in panic. Thump, thump, thump. The chief virtuous master knocked on the table, interrupting the argument that was getting louder and louder. His skinny old face was full of seriousness, and his sharp eyes swept across the general in the yellow silk cloak below the conference table. He asked, General Zakaro, the other party claims to have 200,000 people. How many people do they actually have? The virtuous master came from the Daznak family, wearing the noblest yellow crystal tasseled toka robe. He was close to 50 years old, and his face was skinny but full of majesty. In order to cover his sparse forehead, his black and red hair was slanted forward, looking a little like a plane. Virtuous Master Mourinho, that woman has at least 50,000 troops, General Gith, who had a big belly, said. 50,000. The virtuous master's black eyes narrowed slightly, and he knocked lightly on the table. After a while, he said, Kaiouan is smaller than Astapor, but the city walls are taller and sturdier. If we have 10,000 defenders, can we resist the enemy's attack? Virtuous Master, under normal circumstances, with Kaiouan's 10-meter-tall city walls, and especially with our back to the sea, we can guarantee the transportation of goods. 5,000 elites can stop an army of 100,000 for 10 years, but that woman has 3 evil dragons. The fat general said hesitantly. We don't need 10 years. In half a year, we can find a faceless and end her, Mourinho said lightly. You really plan to hire a faceless? We all know that the Iron Treasury and Ocean Palace are behind the Black and White House. The Bravosi will definitely take the opportunity to make a series of political demands, the general said in shock. Those Bravosi only know how to interfere with the finances of other countries through finance, but Slave Bay only has the slave trade and no finance. Then, the fat general gritted his teeth and said, I need more soldiers and an unlimited number of Dragonslayer crossbows. It would be best if they filled the city walls. Yes, the virtuous master's dry lips cracked into a smile. We have more than 80 warships and 500 large ships. In half a month, we can transport all of Mirine's troops and crossbows to Kaiouan. Will the great masters of Myrine agree? One of the virtuous masters asked uncertainly. Definitely. Without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. I believe that the great lord understands this. Moreover, the battlefield will be in Kaiouan, and only Kaiouan will be destroyed by the flames of war. The people of Myrine will peacefully enjoy the fruits of victory, so why not? There were spies from Astapor in Kaiouan. In less than 2 days, Danny received a message from a messenger crow. The great masters of Myrine and Kaiouan had gathered their troops and were about to fight the evil mother of dragons in Kaiouan. At this time, Danny was preparing the army and was about to set out. 50,000 soldiers and hundreds of thousands of oxen and horses. Whether it was war horses or pack horses, everyone was given 2 horses. If there were no horses, they would use oxen, mules, or donkeys. In short, every soldier had at least 2 mounts. 50,000 soldiers, hundreds of thousands of oxen, half a month's worth of rations, and at a speed of 50 kilometers per day, they would attack Astapor in 10 days. This was Danny's plan. I'm afraid we won't be able to take Kaiouan in a short time. Whitebeard said with a serious expression. Danny, who had changed into her military uniform again, said fiercely, then we'll besiege the city. Let the 3 dragons bombard Kaiouan's walls day and night. I want to see how long they can last. I'm afraid that the first ones to fall will be us. John Bolton frowned. Oh, what do you mean? Danny looked at him and asked. I'm worried that the enemy will scorch the walls and clear the field. The commander of the guards said slowly. Well, Danny didn't go back on her words. The core of the newly formed guards were all members of the Rose Mercenary Group. The former leader of the Rose Mercenary Group was naturally elected as the commander. The 800 elite mercenaries acted as the skeleton of the 15,000 slave soldiers, forming a force that could fight in just a few days. This wasn't an exaggeration. Even the regular armies of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros had a ratio of 1 to 100, with 1 to 200 knights leading 10 to 20,000 farmers who had just put down their hoes. Simply put, this was a world where everyone was worse than everyone else. It was just a matter of who wasn't worse. The general situation was like this: slave soldiers, farmers from the lord's family, free citizens with some combat experience, selected from the slave soldiers, mercenaries ranked in the top 30, unsullied, knights with faith and complete education, including the knights of certain large mercenary groups and the armed knights of the church. This was why Danny had the newly formed guards follow her to battle. As for whether the guards would be controlled by the Rose mercenary group and John Bolton, there was no doubt that they would. But Dany did it deliberately. In addition to balancing the power of the new free citizens, it was mainly to lead a new and more advanced system for the liberated slaves, a Chinese version of the Westeros Knight system. At this time, Astapor was actually implementing a county system that was conducive to centralization of power. But with Kaiyuan, Meereen, and even the entire slave bay being taken over by Dany, a more dynamic enfeoffment system was bound to appear. The feudal lords of the Westeros could last for more than 8,000 years. Compared with the ancient dynasties of the Celestial Empire, which had a cycle of 300 years, it was simply too dynamic. Yes, dynamic, the power of living. In terms of governing a country, the enfeoffment system was far inferior to the centralized system of the Celestial Empire. Dany wouldn't completely copy the system of the Celestial Empire, even if centralized power could bring 2 or 3 generations of the world's unprecedented Dany's Golden Age. Because she was a monarch, not a commoner. With Dany's Golden Age, there would definitely be a last emperor of Dany's nth generation. To put it simply, she only wanted her family to rule for thousands of years. As for whether the country was rotten, she cared, but she cared more about whether her descendants would be executed. Moreover, no matter how rotten the country was, her descendants were still monarchs. There was another advantage of the enfeoffment system. The vassals were often more loyal to the monarch, far more loyal to the emperor than the generals, the commander-in-chief, and the provincial governors. For example, Stark had been the king of the north for 8,000 years. The king of the north only had a small number of direct troops. Most of the troops came from the lords under him, like Dany and John Bolton at this time. Chapter 142. In the ancient times of the Celestial Empire, after Jon obtained the position of commander of the Imperial Guards, he might have become ambitious and wanted to rebel against Emperor Dany. However, in this world, the possibility of Jon doing so was extremely small. Furthermore, he couldn't do it because he only had a small number of direct troops. The small commander of the Imperial Guards under him was also Dany's direct vassal. For example, when Robb led the cavalry to attack Jaime, the Northern Territories infantry was left to Luce Bolton. Seeing that Robb was courting death and that the Northern Territory was about to lose this war, Luce Bolton had thoughts of rebelling. However, even though he was the infantry commander, the infantry was made up of more than a dozen nobles. Bolton wanted to rebel, but he couldn't control the nobles under him. The other nobles had different positions, but their identities were the same. They were all direct vassals of the king of the Northern Territory. Thus, Bolton could only use small tricks to send the soldiers of the other nobles to Tywin to be killed. In the end, he was the only one left in the Northern Territory's infantry. Only then could he succeed in his rebellion. As for the loyalty of the other members of the Rose group to John Bolton, they didn't have any relationship of loyalty. The position of the leader of the mercenary group was elected and not inherited. Lila Amber, Bruce Wayne and Herman Tauha's fathers were all leaders of the Rose group. In fact, the previous leader of the Rose group was Bruce's father. John's mother, who liked to fool around and no one knew who his father was, didn't even have the position of a small leader. They were just ordinary members who were dragging along. The members of the Rose group might stick together for warmth, but they would never betray the lord they swore loyalty to, Dany. Unless the Targaryen family's mad blood acted up and Dany made a ruckus like Mad King Aerys. Although there were many benefits to the feudal system, Dany wouldn't copy the system of the Westeros. She would choose according to the situation. Alright, I've digressed. I haven't even taken down Yuan Kai yet. It's too early to think about Emperor Dany. Just as Dany was hesitating over whether to launch a surprise attack and immediately lead her army of 50,000 to Kai Yuan, or gather civilians to transport food and fight a normal siege battle, another piece of news came from Kai Yuan that night. Dany handed the parchment to Jon and sighed. You guessed right, Great Sage Kai Yuan ordered a scorched earth purge. The manor lords of the Kaiyuan plains are currently gathering towards Kaiyuan City. The food, cattle, and horses on the plains are being moved into the city as much as possible. Those that can't be taken away are being burned on the spot. The wheat, corn, and other crops in the fields are being burned as well. The wells are being sealed or poisoned. John's expression turned ugly. If our surprise attack fails, even if the entire army doesn't collapse, this northern war of liberation will end in failure. Your Majesty, we have the advantage in terms of military strength. Why don't we have a fair fight with those slave owners? We can conscript those newly freed slaves to help us transport food without affecting Astapor's agricultural and industrial production, Baristan said solemnly. The Giz Alliance's slave army and the merchants' slave transport team provided Dany with a total of 70,000 slaves. She chose the elites among them to form a personal guard of 15,000. The remaining freedmen would be given Astapor's residence. Those with skills would become city dwellers. Those who couldn't start a business in the city would each have 30 mu of land and become farmers in the Worm River Plains. Dany frowned. She knew that the long night was coming, and working hard on production was the way to go. She couldn't throw all her forces into the war, and she couldn't allow the Northern War of Liberation to become a protracted war. After staring at Kai Yuan's position on the map and thinking hard for a while, Dany suddenly had an idea. She laughed and said, "Heavens, I'm so stupid. Why don't I learn from Tianji?" Tianji spoke in Chinese, and the generals around the map table were confused. "Your Majesty, what are you talking about?" The red-haired female knight, Lila Amber, asked. "The plan remains the same. Rest early today, and the whole army will attack the north tomorrow morning," Dany waved her hand and said heroically. "Only half a month's worth of food?" Scar Simon frowned and said, "Is your Majesty confident that you can solve the battle in a short time?" Dany looked proud and pointed at a certain location on the map. "Hee, my plan is like this." The next evening, the golden sunset dyed the ancient Yuankai city blood red, as if it was a sign of the coming blood and fire. However, the palace at the top of the Great Pyramid was full of laughter. The virtuous masters were in a good mood and rejoiced at the news that they had received. The evil mother of dragons had underestimated the enemy and advanced prematurely. 50,000 people carried half a month's worth of food and attacked a fortified city 600 kilometers away. "Ha ha ha, that woman is still young and inexperienced." Grazidan Mo Eras laughed heartily, as if he had recovered from the crushing defeat a few days ago. "Well, a total of 7 virtuous masters of Yuankai, 3 great masters of Mirene, and 10 noble slave masters went to the Giz Alliance. Only the 3 virtuous masters and 1 great master of the North Camp escaped. This Grazidan of Yuankai was luckier than Astapor. The coalition army was completely annihilated, but as the commander of the army, he survived. His body was lean and strong, and his stamina was particularly good. The other 2 virtuous masters were still on the way, but he spared no effort and ran all the way back. He ran until 4 horses died, and in 3 days, he crossed 600 kilometers and fled back to Yuankai City. He rested at home for a day, and the next day, he came to the joint meeting of the virtuous masters without any shame. Inexperienced? A fat man in a yellow silk toga with golden tassels glanced at Grazidan, who was getting thinner and darker, and mocked, "May I ask how our commander of the coalition army was defeated by an inexperienced woman and fled back alone?" "You took away all the 50,000 soldiers that we prepared for half a year." The fat man did not sit at the round table. He sat alone by the huge mosaic glass window, bathed in the colorful sunlight, like a big piece of meat without bones spread out on a huge 2-meter-wide bamboo chair. The nearest virtuous master was 4 to 5 meters away, but even so, the virtuous masters who were close to him had ugly expressions. They kept covering their noses with handkerchiefs, as if there was an unbearable smell on the fat man. "It's not my fault. She has a dragon, and the warhorses will go weak when they hear the roar of a megalosaurus. A dragon is almost invincible in the field. No matter who takes my place, the result will be the same," Grazidan argued. The fat man curled his lips, looked around at the people around him, and said lightly, "That's why I said at the beginning, there's no need to take the initiative to provoke her. Let her stay in Astapor peacefully, and we can continue to live our own lives. It's not good for everyone to get along peacefully." The intoxicating sound came from the fat man's buttocks, and a strong smell of decay filled the room. The fat man's bread-like face turned red, and the few virtuous masters nearby covered their noses, got up and ran away unbearably. "Ugh," the fat man said that he lost control of his bowels and spat it out. Although the other virtuous masters either ran away from their seats, or covered their noses with ugly expressions, no one showed any surprise. It was obvious that it was not the first time the fat man did this in public. "Sorry, brothers, it's an old problem." The fat man smiled awkwardly. "Yazan, if it weren't for your quick wit, your status as the richest man in Yuan-Kai, and your great contribution to the cause of resisting the evil mother of dragons, I wouldn't have allowed you to pollute my palace. So, even if you can't hold it in and defecate from below, you have to control the mouth above. Don't spit out nonsense that's smellier than the shit in your pants," the virtuous Master Murinho said coldly. The fat man's buttocks were still moving. Immediately, a few servants came over and lifted his body. Two young and beautiful girls leaned over to scrub him. Hearing the words of the virtuous master, Yazan said while enjoying the service of the servants, "Murinho, my wisdom allows me to speak the words of wisdom. You don't have the same wisdom, so you can't listen to my words. It's a waste of effort to call me. If you need to share the military expenses or the expenses of the faceless people, you can just find my butler. There's no need to waste my time." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the virtuous master, and he said coldly, "Very well, you don't have to come tomorrow. The Alliance will also take over the manor of the Quagger's family in the Yuan-Kai Plains." "What do you want to do with my manor?" Just as he asked in confusion, Yazan Zo Quagger's face changed wildly, and he said in disbelief, "Do you really want to do that? The Mother of Dragons only asked to liberate the slaves, not to kill the guy's people." "Why?" "Hee, without the slaves, who will help you lick the shit door clean?" Graz sneered. "You dash," Yazan glared at him hatefully and said to the servant behind him, "Let's go back. This is not a place for the living. The house is full of ghosts." The virtuous master's face immediately darkened. The other virtuous masters also cursed the Quagger's family in a low voice. But there were also fools who asked their companions in confusion, "What does that shit pig mean?" The virtuous master glanced at him coldly and said cruelly, "Today's topic is how to destroy the wilderness to the greatest extent." Half a month after the assassination of Danny, it was almost dusk. The sun was like a beast that had been cut by a knife, shaking and sinking into the horizon, sprinkling bright red blood on the vast wilderness. 200 kilometers outside Kaiyuan City, on the side of the road, the thorns of the red wild roses were trembling gently. The cricket in the center suddenly stopped sucking the sweetness of the nectar. The two antennae on its forehead trembled slightly, as if it was listening to something. After a while, as if it had been electrocuted, the cricket suddenly kicked its thighs and drew an arc in the air, falling from the flower to the ground, and then quickly burrowing into the cracks in the rocks. At first, there seemed to be the faint sound of drums coming from afar. Gradually, the earth trembled, and a yellow earth dragon roared from afar. Rumble, a strong silver horse galloped like the wind, running wildly on the road without restraint. The horse's hooves brought up waves of yellow dust. The red cloak of the armored female knight on the horse's back fluttered in the intense air waves, like a flag, encouraging the 50,000 cavalry behind her. 50,000 cavalry, 100,000 cows and horses, it was a powerful army that had never appeared on this land. The ground rumbled, bringing up a stretch of yellow dust that stretched for several kilometers. The flowers and plants in the field were like the hearts of the virtuous masters, trembling in the sound of the horse's hooves. Screech, 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 3 megalosaurus that had become stronger after the baptism of war hovered in the sky, arrogantly showing their existence. Chapter 143. Your Majesty, it's getting late. The scouts have found out that there's a well for travelers a mile away and a lake 3 miles away. We can set up camp here. Baristan, who was riding on a tall black horse, shouted to the queen beside him. Dany, who was at the front of the cavalry, ran another 3 miles before slowing down. She stopped beside the long and narrow lake, raised her right hand and shouted, "Stop." Once she gave the order, all the soldiers obeyed. In just a few moments, the 50,000 warriors on horseback and 50,000 other warhorses that were tied to the saddles of the cavalry and had withered sacks of wheat on their backs stopped at the same time. Set up camp here. The White Flag Army will build a camp. Grey Worm stepped forward and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Looking at the endless fields from the perspective of the Black Dragon, Dany said, "Wings of Liberty, spread out and graze the cows and horses." "Yes, Your Majesty." Scarback Simon and Fatty Morono replied together. Dany glanced at the green dragon and white dragon that had already flown to the mountains in the west and said with a smile, "Guards, line up and guard the southwest part of the forest. The 3 dragons will chase the prey from the northeast." "Yes, Your Majesty." Jon looked at Dany in awe. "Commanders of the Yellow Flag Army, ago, take her." Dany shouted. "Calixi." "Your Majesty." Ago and a black man stepped forward together. "The 20,000 militia will be divided into 2 groups. 10,000 will set up tents and stoves, and 10,000 will go to the beach to collect fish." Dany said strangely. "Yes, Your Majesty." Hiss, chirp chirp. Chirp chirp. Roar roar. The 3 dragons were almost touching the treetops, roaring in 3 different directions above the dense forest in the east. Occasionally, they would even spit out fire. The wild boars, deer, water deer, rats, rabbits, and even tigers and wild cows in the forest all mixed together and ran forward blindly as if they had gone mad. Rumble, the sound of thousands of animals running became louder and louder. The soldiers waiting outside the forest gripped their shields tightly and stared ahead without blinking. "Archers, load your bows." Red-haired Knight Lyra roared. Rumble, the mixed group of goats and wolves rushed out of the forest like a wave and pounced on the shield-bearers in the front row. Shoot! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, tens of thousands of arrows were fired at the same time, and the wails of all kinds of animals could be heard. Lara smiled and said to Big Beard Bruce, who was beside her, "It's a great harvest. After smoking it, we can eat it for a few days. Your Majesty's method of collecting army rations is amazing." The Megalosaurus drove the forest animals away. "How did Your Majesty come up with this idea?" Bruce was filled with emotions as he watched the spearman kill the yellow-skinned tiger that had jumped over the shield. How did he think of that? Dany had seen Dahe and the others hunting too many times. As soon as they entered the forest, they roared twice, and the beasts ran wildly. Then they swooped down and spat dragon flame at the largest bison. "Let's not talk about the prey in the forest. Look." Lara pointed at the 3 dragons flying towards the sea and smiled. "Dragons can even dive into the sea to find and chase away schools of fish. We'll have fresh fish soup tonight." Indeed, before the sky turned dark, amidst the cheers of tens of thousands of civilians, a silver-white wave of fish broke through the sea and jumped onto the wide sand in front of the beach. Then they rushed to the beach with scimitars, short swords, chipped swords, axes, and other weapons. They picked up the cod and tuna that were still jumping. They chopped off the heads and tails, washed the innards in the seawater, put the big pieces of the body into bamboo baskets, and then went on to pick up the next one. That's right. The civilians threw away the fish heads and tails directly. It was very extravagant. However, there were also civilians who would collect some fish bubbles, fish roe, and big fish heads. These were prepared for Her Majesty the Queen. There was no doubt that steamed fish heads, stir-fried fish bubbles with fire dragon pepper, or stewed fish roe in beef bone soup were 100 times better than grilled fish. They were also more nutritious. Dany had promoted the delicacies of the Celestial Empire to her subordinates many times. It wasn't that they thought the taste was bad, but that the process was too troublesome. As the queen, Dany had a special chef to process the ingredients for her. However, those people had been busy for the whole day and were so tired that they could fall asleep as soon as they lay down. How would they have the mood to do the tedious steaming of the fish head or wait for a few hours just to cook the beef bones? If it wasn't for Dany telling them that eating bone marrow could strengthen their bodies and teaching them a way to split the bone with a sword, they would have thrown away the bones that were as thick as their wrists after eating the meat. Night. The bonfire in the middle of the wooden palace reflected Dany's red cheeks. However, her eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent as she looked at the letter in her hand. Yuan Kai has decided to burn the earth and clear the land, she said coldly. Barristan was puzzled. We've already considered that situation. Dany's eyes were cold. The most thorough burn the earth and clear the land. The great sage Mourinho has ordered that all the food in the manor be moved to the pyramid in Kayuan City as much as possible. The wheat fields, olive groves, and the food that can't be taken away will be burned. We've already considered burning the food and destroying the water source. However, the great sage also encouraged the slave owners to eliminate the unstable factors to kill the slaves in the manor to prevent them from joining me. The letter was passed around the map table by the generals. Everyone who saw the contents of the parchment pursed their lips tightly and had a heavy expression. Finally, Jon broke the silence and sighed. There's good news. The Guy's Alliance's fleet will be transporting Mirine's 2,000 mercenaries, 10,000 yellow silk cloaks, 10,000 gladiator slaves, hundreds of dragon-slaying crossbows, kerosene, and more to Kayuan City tomorrow. Why are there so many yellow silk cloaks? I remember that 2 months ago, there were only 2,000 yellow silk cloaks maintaining order in Mirine. The captain of the guards, Knight Herman Tauha, was puzzled. Jon sighed. They must be new recruits. Of the 3 cities in Slaver's Bay, Mirine's location is the best. There's sea transportation, river transportation to the Leza, and the Dothraki Sea behind it. Myrine can be considered the capital of Slaver's Bay. The city area is the largest and has the most Guise nobles. The Guise population is also the largest, about 150,000. 15 to 1. Almost all the young and strong Guises in Myrine have gone to Kayuan City. Simon laughed foolishly. The fat knight Morono stroked his double chin and was puzzled. Why is there no Iron Army? Even Myrine is fighting with their lives on the line. Why hasn't the Iron Army of New Guise been mobilized? What about the Iron Army of New Guise? It's our trump card. Why isn't it here? The next morning, at Kayuan Harbor, the great sage looked at the fleet that covered the sea with a pale face. The rising sun sprinkled a patch of golden-red ripples on the blue ocean. More than 500 ships with dark red, white, black, and brown paint broke through the thin layer of haze, bringing streaks of cheerful golden sunlight to the dock. Something called hope came with it, like the sun shining on the earth, filling the hearts of those who watched from the city walls and the pyramids. Look there, the blue and white flag with a forked tail, it's the Windblown Group. The Windblown Group is one of the strongest mercenary groups in the Western continent, with a mix of 2,000 soldiers and cavalry. Wow, so many yellow silk cloaks, all the warriors of Myrine have come to protect Kayuan City. The ordinary Guises were overjoyed by the arrival of the reinforcements, and also proud of the endless white sail ships. The evil mother of dragons seemed to be no longer able to stop the children from crying, the adults from speaking, and the great sage from changing his expression with just her name. But the great sage was very angry and asked the fleet commander, Myrine brought us 10,000 Guise warriors, why didn't you even send a small group of Iron Army? Among the 4 city-states of Guise, New Guise, located in the Summer Sea, had the strongest navy, so the fleet commander of the Guise Alliance was a captain of New Guise. The thin captain with short black and red hair was not frightened by the great sage's aggressive momentum. He said, Your Excellency, the previous coalition forces were divided into 3 routes, sea and land. The coalition forces of Myrine and Kayuan City went from the north to the south. The 3rd Regiment of the New Guy's Iron Army, a total of 2,500 warriors, crossed the Gascari Strait and went north to the Worm River Plain from the east coast of the Old Guys. It's 600 kilometers from Kayuan City to Astapor, and about the same distance from the Old Guys to the Worm River Plain, but it's too difficult to cross the ancient forest road, which was built by the Guys Empire thousands of years ago. It's hard to get in, and it's hard to get out. They're still stuck in the swamp at the end of the Worm River. A regiment was stopped by 500 people. I know that this is a disgrace to the Guji's army, but the new Guji's army has 5 regiments. If necessary, they can mobilize 10 more. At least 5,000 people should be sent to Yuan Kai, the great sage said coldly. The fleet commander said unhappily, not only 500, the enemy has a total of 2,500 soldiers, and they've occupied the strategic checkpoint. I don't know why that woman is so alert. She seems to have discovered the 3rd Regiment's surprise attack long ago, and she even targeted the narrow valley with kerosene and rolling stones. Every member of the Iron Army is the son of a noble harpy, and most of them even have the surname of a great legendary hero. Every time a warrior is lost, it will cause a great shock in the New Guy's parliament. This time, 600 to 700 warriors have died unjustly, and you still expect the parliament to send 2 more regiments? The New Guy's Iron Army was modeled after the glorious Old Guy's Empire's army. The male free citizens of New Guy's Island were required to enter the army for 3 years, and their training and equipment were similar to the Unsullied. In other words, the Unsullied were also modeled after the Guy's Empire's army. The most elite warriors among the serving soldiers could choose to become professional soldiers, which was to join the Iron Army. For New Guys to be able to hold its ground in the pirate-infested Golden Water route, there was no doubt that the Iron Army was very strong, and might not be inferior to the Unsullied. In the first war against Dragon Mother, New Guys also contributed greatly. Not only did they send their elite fleet to participate in the battle, they also sent a regiment to sneak into the Worm River Basin, wanting to destroy the foundation of Danny's rule, the manor on the fertile land. Because of the fast and stable transmission of information by the messenger crows, according to the original plan, the 3 armies could attack Astapor at almost the same time. Even if the navy and mercenaries could not take down Astapor in one go, the Guys people were not stupid, and had fully considered the strength of the 8,600 powerful Unsullied. The Iron Army could still rampage through the Worm River Plains, burning all the manors and granaries under Danny's rule, and the newly freed slaves would be slaughtered. To be honest, if there were no dragons, the Guys people's plan would have succeeded. Danny was a newcomer who had just arrived at Slave Bay. How would she know the Guys rode from more than 6,000 years ago? Chapter 144. Fortunately, Danny had been encouraging the 3 dragons to go out and hunt by themselves, which not only reduced her burden, but also trained the dragons' mobility. Half a year later, there were fewer and fewer large beasts in the mountains near the city of Astapor. The 3 dragons had to go deep into the mountains in the south, and sometimes even flew to the Red Wilderness in the east. Half a year ago, Blackie's speed reached 150 kilometers per hour, and now the average speed was more than 200 kilometers per hour. Danny also often used Blackie's eyes to observe this fantasy world, and on the eve of the war, she often looked for the fleet of the Gith people on the sea. If she was not careful, she would see a long row of moving black beans on the red alkali soil from an altitude of 8,000 meters. They were like ants on a chessboard. Then, Sir Butcher led 500 soldiers and 2,000 civilians and left Astapor to set up an ambush in the valley hundreds of kilometers away. After careful searching, Danny found a dangerous valley with steep slopes on both sides, ready to let the country bumpkins of this world see the brilliant art of war in the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. The Iron Army did not foolishly line up in a long line and directly pass through the valley entrance. Instead, they divided the regiment into 5 large groups, each of which had 500 people, and marched in batches. Fortunately, Sir Butcher was not stupid. He knew that as long as one large group of the enemy passed through the valley entrance, his 2,500 people would not be able to defeat them. So he did not cut them in half. After the first large group entered the valley entrance, they launched their attack. Well, it turned out that the art of war of the three kingdoms was quite useful. Both ends of the valley were blocked. Kerosene, firewood, rolling stones, black logs, bows and arrows were all thrown down. In the end, soldiers were sent down to finish the job. Without losing a single soldier, the 500 men of the Iron Army were completely wiped out. The rear army, blocked by boulders outside the valley, almost went crazy when they heard their compatriots' miserable cries. Then they impulsively charged into the dangerous valley. Sir Shackle was also a cunning and ruthless character. In order to provoke the other side, he even cut off the heads of the 500 Iron Army soldiers who died tragically and threw them out of the valley entrance. Needless to say, the regiment commander, who had originally advised the soldiers not to be impulsive, also felt a burst of anger from the steel door straight to the top of the sky. Over the next 4 to 5 days, another 200 soldiers died in battle, and more than 1,000 were crippled. On the other hand, Sir Butcher only lost a dozen soldiers and 100 civilians. Faced with such a tragic result, and receiving the letter of Danny sweeping through the Allied army, the captain of the Iron Army finally calmed down. Dejected, he retreated to the south coast with his remaining troops. Well, after defeating the Iron Army regiment, Sir Butcher left a few hundred militia to build a permanent base at the entrance of the valley. He immediately brought his subordinates and rushed to Yuan Kai. Because he was worried that the queen would seal his fief in this broken place where not even birds would shit. Danny had indeed sent a letter to test Sir Shackle and asked him if he was willing to become old Count Guise and help the queen guard the borders. To be honest, Danny really did not treat him unfairly. Although the old city of Guise was destroyed by the people of Valeglia, and the land was still covered with salt and alkali, sulfur, and bones, after 6,000 years, the land could still be used for farming. The old city of Guise was the capital of the Guise Empire. Virtuous lord, let me tell you the truth. Because more than half of the 3rd Regiment was killed and almost crippled, and your army of 50,000 was wiped out by the Mother of Dragons, the Council is very cautious about sending the Iron Army Regiment again. Also what? The virtuous lord's expression turned ugly. After hesitating for a moment, the fleet commander moved closer to the virtuous lord's ear and whispered, "The new city of Guise is preparing a second hand, dragons and magic. That's right, we plan to send a fleet to follow the Red Devil through the Smoke Sea. That undull pirate king, Uluin Greyjoy." The virtuous lord was shocked. He really went to the ruins of Valeglia. At first, we were also suspicious. After all, since ancient times, many heroes have died in the Smoke Sea. But the dragon egg, horn, and armor have all been verified in the past few days, especially the dragon's horn that cost us 30 warships. At this point, the fleet commander's face was filled with fear, and his voice became even lower. We have personally experienced it. It is too scary. It is definitely the real horn of Valeglia's Dragon King. Only the top nobles of Valeglia have a magical weapon, the Dragon Binder. The anger on the virtuous lord's face disappeared, and he asked in surprise, if the dragon's horn is real, why not use it to control the 3 Megalosaurus? Sigh, that undull tried it once before. The green dragon and the white dragon could be controlled, but the black dragon. For some reason, the black dragon could resist the binding power of the horn. Last time, because of the black dragon's sudden rebellion, his plan to capture the Megalosaurus failed. On the day the Allied army attacked Astapor, he did have the chance to blow the horn, but when the white dragon and green dragon were still struggling, the black dragon threw an incendiary bomb at him. So you understand? The fleet commander said helplessly. Then, did you bring the horn this time? It can be used in the battle to defend the city. Our Great Pyramid is not afraid of incendiary bombs at all. The virtuous lord was surprised. No. The fleet commander shook his head regretfully. Why? The Undul pirates will only teach us the horn and the secret method to control it after completing the exploration and obtaining a huge harvest. He still has to lead us to explore, so we can't fall out with him now." The fleet commander gave the virtuous lord a look that said, "You understand?" Of course, the virtuous lord understood. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. Now that the river had not been crossed, of course, the bridge could not be torn down. Sigh, without the Iron Army to hold the line, we can only use the ultimate move. This time, Yuan Kai is really going to suffer a great loss. The virtuous lord looked back at Yuan Kai, who was bathed in the golden red morning light, and said with a cold look in his eyes. Hiss, boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a terrifying shriek came from the sky. Then, a blood-red pillar of fire that was as thick as a washbasin and 20 meters long fell from the sky. It was like a real red razor that crushed the sails, masts, decks, and the sailors on the surface of the sea from 3 kilometers away. Broken pieces of wood and charred corpses splashed in the fire, and the warships in a straight line burned and exploded in the dragon flames. Countless sailors and soldiers cried and shouted as they struggled and ran in the flames. Under the clear blue sky, more than a dozen thick black smoke pillars with a burnt smell rose from the sparkling sea surface, like the scorched fingers of the Grim Reaper, stretched out from the sea and straight into the sky. The people of Guise who were cheering for the huge reinforcements on the city walls and pyramids were stunned on the spot, and the words in their memory were spinning in their throats. He he he. The people of Guise's throat was dry, and they moaned with difficulty, "Demon dragon, the demon dragon is attacking. Quick, quick, archers, dragon shooting crossbow." The muscles on the general's face twisted, and he roared at his soldiers. Hiss, Dahe suddenly pulled up the ark after approaching the dock, and jumped 500 meters into the blue sky, quickly leaving a terrifying black shadow on the faces of the great virtuous master, the soldiers of Guise, the people of Guise on the pyramids, and even the slaves on the street. Then, Dahe loosened one of its claws, and untied a corner of the quilt-sized bundle that it was carrying. Walala! Under the warm sun, the pieces of paper reflected the sparkling white light, dazzling the eyes of hundreds of thousands of people in the city, and also confused their hearts. But soon, a person of Guise picked up a piece of snow-white parchment the size of a notebook page, and saw the title, "Mother of Dragons to all the citizens of Yuan Kai. I, Danny Liz I, Mother of Dragons, Liberator of Slaves, inform all the slave owners, large and small, that within 7 days, 200,000 troops will come to the city and liberate Yuan Kai. My intention is to remove the inhumane slavery, not to target the people of Guise. If you are willing to open the city and surrender, I will still retain your right to rule Yuan Kai. If you are unwilling to fail and intend to violate the heavenly Tao and resist stubbornly, I am also willing to have a great and legendary battle with the Guise army. However, I have benevolence, the etiquette of a knight, and the wrath of a king. Anyone who dares to burn crops will be killed without mercy, anyone who dares to harm slaves will be killed without mercy, anyone who dares to poison wells will be killed without mercy. When the king is angry, blood will flow. When the Dragon King is angry, fire will burn the city. Don't say that I didn't warn you." Dahe circled around Yuan Kai, and wherever it went, there was panic. It also brought a continuous sound of bowstrings, and countless arrows with a metallic luster rose and fell under its body. Hiss, Dahe said goodbye and flew leisurely to the south, leaving only the screams of fear in the city. Dragon, the muscles in the corner of the virtuous lord's eyes twitched, and his teeth creaked. Watching the black dragon gradually disappear from sight, the virtuous lord turned his head and said word by word in a firm tone, "We got a total of 3 dragon eggs last time, and Yuan Kai wants 1. This." The fleet captain hesitated and said, "It was an unexpected surprise to get 2 extra eggs, but one of the bronze dragon eggs went to the Unduls, and one of the white dragon eggs was taken by the regretful guest. There is only 1 golden dragon egg left, but we, new guys, also need dragons." More than half a year ago, the royal family of Kars accidentally got 2 dragon eggs from the Asian merchants, and now they want 1 more. Aren't they afraid of dying? The virtuous lord said unhappily. We also don't know who the regretful guest was hired by. Maybe it was the royal family, maybe it was the 13 giants, maybe it was the Tourmaline Brotherhood, maybe the regretful guest didn't even give the dragon egg to the employer. The ancient assassin organization definitely wants to raise a dragon. Who doesn't want a dragon? It is said that after the news of the woman successfully hatching a dragon from the stone egg spread to Asia, the price of the fossil dragon egg suddenly increased by 100 times, 1,000 times. Actually, some of the nobles in the free cities and Westeros are also secretly collecting dragon eggs. Everyone wants a dragon. And even if the royal family has 2 dragon eggs, 3 dragons isn't a lot. Didn't that woman have 3 dragons? The fleet captain shrugged. Then, did the royal family of Kars hatch a dragon? The virtuous lord asked nervously. They also just learned how to hatch a dragon from us. I heard that they sacrificed 7 or 8 descendants of the nobles, but there was no effect. According to the explanation of the old priest who presided over the ceremony, maybe the blood of the sacrifices wasn't pure enough to please the Light King Lalo, and maybe the results won't come out so quickly. It's also his first time hatching a dragon. Although he is confident, he doesn't have the experience. The fleet captain shook his head. The virtuous lord looked down at the people who were panicking and shouting, "Mother of Dragons is here, and Mother of Dragons is going to burn down the city." His expression became more and more unpleasant. Finally, he turned around and glared at the fleet captain. Since the new guy's warships have already gone to the ruins of Valeglia, they will definitely be able to bring back a few dragon eggs like the Undulls. Now, Yuan Kai needs that golden dragon egg. Virtuous Lord, why don't we wait for the fleet to come back? Anyway, it won't be able to hatch a dragon in a short time. The fleet captain refused. No, you see, the virtuous lord pointed at the boiling city below and said coldly, "A black dragon is enough to throw our army into chaos. If we can't restore the morale of the people and the army, when the evil mother of dragons comes to the city with 3 dragons, Yuan Kai will immediately become the second Astapor. I need the dragon eggs to calm the people. I need to bring hope to the fearful sons of the Harpies. Dragons. We all know that dragons are not invincible. If that woman's dragon dares to breathe fire and burn down the city, I will be very happy. But the people are ignorant. In their minds, only dragons can fight against dragons. So, I want the dragon eggs. I want to gather the people and tell them that Yuan Kai is hatching a dragon, and Yuan Kai will soon have his own Megalosaurus. But the price of hatching a dragon is a bit high." The fleet captain hesitated. He was very aware of the overall situation and understood how much damage Yuan Kai's fall would cause to the Gai's alliance. "Ha ha ha, young man, you are still too young." The virtuous lord patted the shoulder of the middle-aged officer in front of him, winked slyly, and asked with a smile, "What was our previous plan?" "Stall for time, let the mother of dragons use up the food." Speaking of this, the doubt on the fleet captain's face faded, and he praised, "The virtuous lord is wise. You only need to restore the morale of the army, even if it is only 10 days. No, 5 days is enough. When the people see the mother of dragons outside the city that she can only gnaw on horse bones, everyone in the city will become fearless warriors. Well, on behalf of the new guys, I agree to give the golden dragon eggs to the virtuous lord." Ha ha ha. The virtuous lord raised his head and laughed, but he thought in his heart, "Young man, you are still too young. The meat in your stomach really belongs to you. Who knows what is in the ruins of Valeglia? Maybe there is only 1 dragon egg left. As for the price of hatching a dragon, even that little girl has the courage to sacrifice her only brother, husband, and son. Am I not as magnanimous as her? Moreover, I have many wives and many sons. I have much more capital than her." Chapter 145. After the fall of the Gai's empire, the Gai's people were forced to leave the capital, the old Gais, and built 4 new cities in the north and south, the Summer Sea in the south, the new Gais on the Golden Waterway, which was the core city of the Guy's people, the three large cities on the east coast of Slavers Bay, Mirin, which bought slaves, Kaiouan, which trained slaves, and Astapor, which produced eunuch warriors. Mirin and Astapor were built at the estuary of the freshwater river, and were both important shipping routes. Kaiouan was located between Mirin and Astapor, and there was no convenient river transportation nearby, and Kaiouan was only 250 kilometers away from Mirin. Geographically, there was no need to build another Kaiouan city. After all, the Guy's population was very small, only a few 100,000, while Mirin and Astapor had thousands of miles of fertile land that no one could exploit. In fact, Kaiouan was blessed with a natural environment, and had a large plain that was very suitable for growing crops. If placed in the three kingdoms of the Celestial Empire, Kaiouan could be called the granary of the empire, the foundation of the empire. It was a pity that such a good place was occupied by the fallen GC people. Or was it because the environment of Slavers Bay was so good that they could eat their fill while lying down, that the Guy's people were corrupted by the good life? In any case, Dany valued the granary of Kaiouan Plains very much. She even decided that if the slave masters were obedient and left the entire plains to her, she would treat the masters of Kaiouan City well. After all, Kaiouan had turned into slaves, and there was a lot of women on them, but the smell of blood was far less than the masters of Astapor. Regrettably, my heart was turned to the moon, but the moon did not shine on the ditch. 3 days after Blackie delivered the letter, the mother of dragons to all the citizens of Yuan-Kai, the scorching sun shone quietly on the earth, and Dany came to the Yuan-Kai plains. She slowly pulled the little silver horse to a stop. In the endless field of vision, it was all scorched black land with white smoke rising. The black and gray color even covered the bright sunlight, making people think that they had come to a world of only black and white. Nay. The little silver horse stepped on its hooves, moving with small steps uneasily, as if it was avoiding the hot ground under its feet, or as if it was frightened by the forest of corpses that covered the entire dirt road. The wheat fields on both sides of the yellow road were burned, and there were wooden javelins that were 3 to 4 meters long stuck on the road. The long pointed ends of the javelins pierced through the abdomens of the slaves in ragged clothes, through their chests, abdomens, throats, and all the way to the upper jaw. Old people, young people, children, men, women, white people, black people, brown people, amber people, but no matter what skin or age, it was difficult to distinguish at this time. After the slaves were nailed to the road, guys ignited the crops on both sides of the road. Although the corpses could not be directly burned by the flames, it was like smoked meat. The black smoke and the high temperature ignited the tattered linen clothes and hair of the slaves, and then licked their skin. The black skin exuded traces of water and oil. Vaguely, there was a salty smell of smoked meat in the air. Then, a gust of wind blew, bringing with it the stench of feces and urine. Some of the corpses near the fields were burned by the flames. Their internal organs swelled, and their bellies exploded like sausages, revealing the large intestines inside, charred wheat fields, remnants of tree stumps emitting white smoke, grayish-black dust swept up by the wind, and a black forest of corpses that looked like bacon. Wasn't this the scene of purgatory? 50,000 soldiers clenched their fists. Silence was speechless. Damn it, damn it! Barristan's face was livid. His white beard trembled with the twitching of his facial muscles. They will definitely die. The mask covered the expression on her face, but her voice revealed a cold murderous intent. The forest of corpses was right in front of her. All the corpses were deliberately placed, facing south. Their mouths were wide open, and the hardwood points inside could be seen. The white, lifeless eyeballs protruded out of their sockets, as if they were looking at Dany opposite them. The female corpse at the front had been specially processed. A plaque hung around her neck, and her hands were on both sides of the plaque. Her cheeks, from her lips to her ears, had been cut open by a sharp knife, revealing a hideous smile like a clown. A line of words was written in white paint on the grayish-black wooden plaque: "The slaves are all coming out to welcome you, slave queen. 30 kilometers to Yuan-Kai. It's still early, let's move on. Danny turned the horse's head, leaving the yellow road and entering the warm, charred wheat fields. Then these corpses? Red-haired Lila asked carefully. Leave them to the militia at the back. Danny let the Centaur cavalry send a message to the militia 5 kilometers away. As the saying goes, distance tests a horse's strength. As the army got closer and closer to Yuan Kai, the difference between the fine warhorses, workhorses, and mules became more and more obvious. The formation of Danny's army of 50,000 also became longer and longer, stretching for dozens of miles. 100 miles away, there were even a few hundred peasants riding on water buffaloes and leading horses, slowly rushing towards the north. Fortunately, the enemy and them were not evenly matched. Otherwise, with just a few guerrillas behind the enemy, Danny would be in big trouble. The iron hooves trampled on the warm fields, bringing up sparks and dust. The gray powder left behind after the wheat grass was burned swirling in the air. It almost made people think that they had arrived in a world full of snow. As they rode, everyone's mood became heavier. The dense forest of corpses on the road was not an exception. Intermittently, they would come across manors that were only left in ruins, and then a forest of corpses would appear on the road not far away. The crops were burned, the manor was burned, and half of a tree stump in the olive grove near the sea was still emitting black smoke. It was as if the entire world had been burned, and it made people feel disgusted and depressed. Even the veteran General Beristan was affected. For the past 2 days, his face was gloomy and he spoke less. The next morning, Yuan Kai appeared in the vision of the army. On the scorched land, there was an empty city. The 10-meter-high city wall was already filled with armored soldiers. As the dragon flag appeared, people could be seen on the city wall. Danny knew that the Gith people had also discovered her army. I'm in a bad mood. I want to kill a few animals to vent my anger. Danny turned back and said to Beristan. We have a plan. The old man hesitated. Don't worry, I haven't lost my mind. Only when they feel pain will they cooperate with us. Later, we'll do this. Danny quickly told the dozen generals a plan. 2 hours later, on a brick wall tower to the right of Astapor's city gate, a group of Gith generals were using binoculars to observe the army that was slowly walking past the city. This tower was not tall, and was only one of the many watchtowers on the city wall. It was much shorter than the main tower above the city gate. Such an inconspicuous tower naturally would not be the target of the Megalosaurus. Ha ha ha, the great sage's plan is indeed good. Look, the woman's soldiers are all dejected, and their armor is covered in dust. What a bunch of homeless dogs. Grazadon laughed happily as he looked through the binoculars. In the lens, the soldiers were indeed disheveled, their hair messy, and many of their exposed skin was covered in black dust. Yazan, who was slumped on a wide bamboo chair, looked up with difficulty and asked the enchanting servant by the window, Sweetheart, have you seen the Dragon Queen? Yazan was also here today. But the narrow window was too far away from Grazadon, and the others did not want to squeeze with him, so the one who was looking through the binoculars was his servant, Sweetheart. Sweetheart was her name. Sweetheart was slender, with a beautiful face and delicate skin. She had beautiful purple hair and a pair of charming purple eyes. She was wearing a gorgeous dress decorated with moonstones and mill lace. She looked like a noble lady who had walked out of a castle. Master, the first rider is the Dragon Queen. She and her dragon have already gone south. Sweetheart's voice was sweet, and the other masters who heard it felt their bones go numb. Looking at Sweetheart's beautiful appearance, Grazadon's Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He turned around and patted the hilt of the sword at his waist. He asked tentatively, Yazan, don't you like my Veleglia steel scimitar? How about exchanging it with Sweetheart? Sweetheart was not angry when she heard that. She even gave Grazadon a shy and flirtatious look. Grazadon, give up. Sweetheart is mine. Even the gods can't take her away from me. Yazan said angrily. Valeglia's steel weapons are hard to come by in 100 years. Grazidin did not give up. No matter how rare Valeglia's steel scimitars are, can they be more unique than my baby sweetheart? Yazan was unmoved. An old general with silver-gray hair and silver-gray armor glanced at Yazan and Grazidin contemptuously and mocked, "The mother of dragons' 50,000 troops are already at our door, and you are still fighting over a monster who is neither male nor female. I have a huge doubt in my heart now. Was the decision to accept Yuan Kai's employment right?" The strange thing was that the old general's cloak was tattered and sewn with different colors of cloth. It was as if he was wearing a tattered shirt. Sweetheart's slender fingers tucked her curly purple hair behind her ear and giggled. "Although I am both male and female, I am not a monster." "Shut up. What right does a slut like you have to speak here?" The virtuous lord turned around and coldly glanced at the bisexual sweetheart with a sharp gaze. Bam bam bam. Yazan slapped the armrest of the bamboo chair and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Mourinho, you bastard who deserves to be captured by the mother of dragons and fed to the dragons. How dare you yell at my sweetheart? I can make you, the virtuous lord, step down immediately. Do you believe it? Yazan, this is a special time. With your wealth and connections, I am afraid you cannot shake the Guy's alliance's trust in the virtuous lord." A great lord from Myrene said lightly. "Trust him?" Yazan sneered. "You fools. Wait and see how the mother of dragons avenges the 50,000 slaves. Get this fat man out of here. He is disrupting the morale of the army." The silver-haired old general pointed at Yazan. "You trash king, you want me to get out? Do you know whose family your 2,000 animals are eating? Which whore are you whoring from?" Yazan shouted loudly. Sweetheart leaned on the poop man and giggled. The ragged prince hired the wind-blowing group for 300,000 radiance coins, all provided by the great Master Yazan. In other words, Master Yazan is the employer of your wind-blowing group. The leader of the wind-blowing group, the ragged prince, stared at the poop man and his servant for a while with indifferent eyes. He then turned to the virtuous lord and said, "The enemy crossed nearly 600 kilometers in 10 days. Their physical strength is almost at its limit, and they were frightened by your forest of corpses tactic. In the face of this group of tired soldiers, you are so timid that you let them line up and walk slowly through the city gate?" Chapter 146. What do you mean? The virtuous lord frowned. The ragged prince said coldly, "Send all the cavalry out and cut off the enemy's army from the city gate. Charge north and kill the mother of dragons' militia and civilians." This. The virtuous lord hesitated. He looked at the first commander of the allied army, the first war god of Yuan Kai, the first military strategist, and the first fierce general, Grazidin Moeras. Grazidin, who was defeated by Danny without suffering any damage, was indeed the first war god of Yuan Kai. He even studied in New Guise. He was the captain of the Iron Army for 10 years. After his father died, he returned home to take over his father's job and became a great virtuous lord. Grazidin's record was so good that Myrene and New Guise recognized him as the commander of the allied army. Grazidin thought for a moment and said, "I have observed carefully. The white flag of the Unsullied, the Wings of Liberty of the Mother of Dragons Guards, and the red flag of the newly established guards have all passed by. The 3 dragons did not go to Emerald Lake 3 miles north. Instead, they flew to the forest 20 miles east. Perhaps they are looking for food. They have been gone for an hour and a half. If we can complete the attack within an hour, we should be safe. If the commander is brave enough and purposely waited for the Megalosaurus to appear before running to the city gate." Grazidin's eyes flashed coldly. His right hand slashed down like a knife. "Prepare the dragon-slaying crossbows near the city gate. Perhaps we can kill those dragons today." The ragged prince looked at Grazidin in surprise and praised, "Great minds think alike. Are you willing to be the warrior who baits the Megalosaurus?" Grazidin's smug expression froze. "Damn it, I paid you a lot of money to hire you mercenaries to come to Yuan Kai. Didn't I want you to work for me? However, he could not refuse. He had just killed 50,000 soldiers half a month ago. He had to atone for his mistake. No problem. He was full of fighting spirit. Moments later, the city gate creaked open. Grazidin, who had changed into a metal armor, led 1,000 elite cavalry out. Kill! He raised his Valeglia steel scimitar and shouted. Rumble! The earth was shaking. Sand and dust were swept up by the horse's hooves, forming a yellow dragon that charged towards the marching troops a kilometer away. Under the afternoon sun, the militia that was lazily riding on the back of the horse and slowly moving to the north of Yuan Kai was stunned. They shouted and crazily whipped the horses but to disperse. 1,000 mercenaries and yellow silk-caped cavalry did not care about the scattered militia. They came out from the east gate, drew an arc, and charged towards the south. Disperse. Throw away the supplies and disperse. A militia captain stepped forward and shouted. As a result, thousands of sacks of wheat, copper pots, and tents were abandoned on the road. The horsemen on the back of the horses mindlessly urged their horses to gallop away. They did not even shoot a round of arrows, as if they were scared out of their wits. Don't mess up the formation. Hold your ground and pierce through their ranks. Grazidin, who was at the front of the arrow formation, waved the scimitar in his hand and shouted loudly. Seeing the militia scattered like butter before a hot knife, he was very pleased with himself. Grazidin had never felt so carefree on the battlefield before. He felt as if his soul was being refined in the charge. The shadow of his failure half a month ago had completely left him. The terrifying dragon's roar could no longer bother him. Screech! Suddenly, the militia at the front stopped running away. Instead, they stood there quietly. Then, the nightmare came again. A terrifying roar came from the back of the militia. Nay, Black Dragon, a famous horse that was so ferocious that it even dared to bite a wild wolf, suddenly felt its front legs go limp like noodles. Then, Grazidin felt the world spinning around him. The light disappeared from his vision, and the clamorous shouts and nightmarish roars of the demonic dragon disappeared from his ears. In a daze, he lost consciousness. After some time, Grazidin felt someone touching his crotch. He wanted to shout, "How dare you!" But in an instant, his rationality returned. He was not dead. Was he captured? No, someone was taking off his armor. Grazidin slowly opened his eyes. He saw two men in short-sleeved linen clothes pulling off his iron boots. Next to them was a naked corpse as tall as a pile of firewood. The smell of blood was thick in his nose. Why didn't they capture me? Then, he knew the reason. When he opened his eyes, they were stuck with blood. His face was numb as if a thick layer of scab had formed on it. Some unlucky person's blood was all over his face. The militia who was searching the battlefield thought that he was dead. That's awesome. No, they are taking off my iron boots. After taking off my armor, they will come and take off my leather armor and inner shirt. They will immediately realize that I still have body temperature and a heartbeat. With this thought, he immediately focused. When the two militia pulled off his iron boots like they were pulling out radishes, he suddenly retracted his legs. In the instant that the militia was shocked, two huge feet came crashing down on their faces like rocket launchers. Then, Grazidin pushed off the ground with his hands and stood up. He did not even look at the two militia who were dizzy from being kicked by the huge feet. Instead, he ran toward the big yellow horse that was leisurely grazing beside him. An enemy is faking his death. The militia nearby shouted. Grazidin had already seen that there were more than two militia cleaning the battlefield, so he did not even think about killing the two in front of him. But he was lucky. The dozen or so centaur scouts behind him fired arrows like shooting stars. None of them hit his vitals. Yes, he was lying on the back of the horse. His butt and thigh were hit by 3 or 4 arrows. Even the horse under him was hit by 7 or 8 arrows. But other than running faster, it did not collapse. After running for a few miles, he saw the shadow of the city wall. But he did not dare to look up and shout. Dusk had just passed, and the sky was dark. The soldiers on the city wall probably did not recognize him. He even saw the cold light of the iron arrows reflected by the fire on the city wall. At this critical moment, he was lucky. He flipped his body and hid under the belly of the horse. The next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the arrows on the city wall were fired. The horse neighed and fell heavily to the ground. The centaur scouts behind also pulled on the reins and cursed a few times before leaving. He was saved. Grazidan, who was under the belly of the horse, let out a sigh of relief. Night. 5 kilometers north of Yuan Kai, in a wooden palace on a low hill. What? Grazidan was in the cavalry and he escaped. Hearing the news from the centaur, Dany was very angry. The mission in the afternoon was to vent her anger and to intimidate the slave owners of Yuan Kai. What could be more effective than cutting off the head of the commander of the allied army? Grazidan has such obvious characteristics. Are you all blind? Calixi, you can't blame us. If I didn't ask the prisoners, I wouldn't have known that bastard left the city. Centaur Tschik cried out. Well, Tschik was the centaur who provoked Yora outside Drogo's tent that day. At that time, Dany went against tradition and did not let him lie on the ground waiting for death. Instead, she saved him. As a result, this guy also joined her casa. Tschik was originally a subordinate of Pinocchio. In addition to the blood guards, the capable centaurs of casa were also placed in important positions. Tschik was one of the leaders of the militia. Virtuous lord, your black hair is so long and your helmet is so high. How conspicuous is it? Dany retorted. No high helmet. Tschik shouted. Well, now only the upright centaurs dared to shout at Dany. Dany waved her hand and said, bring the prisoner with the highest status here. After a while, the two unsullied at the entrance of the tent opened the cowhide curtain. Red-haired Lila personally escorted a blonde prisoner in with a guard. Under the bright light of the torch, Dany saw that the other party was a blonde white man with blue eyes. His armor was removed, and he was wearing a white shirt and black pants. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. He was tall and sturdy, with a height of more than 1.8 meters. The curves of his chest and hips were somewhat feminine, and his shoulder-length blonde hair was messy on his face. However, the other party's face was very large and square, and it was not completely covered by his hair. His nose looked like it had been bitten by a dog. The torn flesh revealed 2 black holes, and there was a deep cross-shaped scar on both cheeks. His blue eyes were like ice that could not be melted. It seemed like he had no ears. This is... Dany recognized Lila. The interrogator of the wind blowers, Beauty Maris. The red-haired female knight said with a complicated expression. Dany frowned and could not help but think of Beauty Brittany. It seemed that the beauty that women loved the most had become a sharp sword that pierced ugly women. Your friend? She asked. Not a friend. She's also a Westeros. We've met a few times and nodded at each other. This guy is very difficult to communicate with. Lila complained. Oh, so you're from the same hometown. Dany nodded and smiled. Help Maris remove her shackles. Looking at the queen who only took off her helmet, Lila and the guard released Maris' hands and feet from the chains. What's going on with Grazidan? Maris rubbed her wrists and looked at Dany indifferently. He's the commander of the cavalry division. When he escaped from Astapor, he cut off his long straight hair and took off his toka robe to not attract attention. Because he wore the same armor as us, your people did not recognize him. Although Maris' voice was hoarse, it was not as rough as her face. Perhaps it was because she was an interrogator, but she knew very well what Dany wanted to know, so she simply told her everything. I see. After understanding Graziden's situation, Danny asked again, is there a possibility that your commander, the Ragged Prince, will side with me? She was also very straightforward. The commander will only side with the winner. He thinks that you have no chance of winning. With that, Maris turned to Lila and asked strangely, what's the Rose group thinking? There's no Rose group. John and I have all become knights under the Queen. Regular knights. Lila said proudly. I mean, have you considered the consequences? When the Mother of Dragons is defeated, the Rose group will be finished. Maris sneered. Defeated? Lila smiled faintly. We've surrounded Yuan Kai, and you don't even dare to leave the city gate. Who will be defeated? The battle is not about Yuan Kai, and it's not even about Slave Bay. The Mother of Dragons is against the entire world. Maris sighed. Let's take it one step at a time. Danny raised her hand to end the topic. The careless Lila might not have noticed, but Danny noticed that the windblown group's interrogator's eyes were cold. It was obvious that she was using this opportunity to test her trump card. Maris, tell me, how should I deal with your group of captives? She turned to Lila and asked, how are the casualties? We lost 30 soldiers, the other side lost 700 captives, about 300 mercenaries, and 400 yellow silk capes. Excluding the dead and disabled, we also got 900 good horses. The red-haired female knight replied. Danny nodded and looked at Beauty Maris. Have you thought about it? I think the commander will pay you a large ransom. Obviously, the ugly Maris did not have the intention to side with her. Danny's heart moved, but her expression was calm. Okay, tomorrow afternoon let the windblown group send a messenger to negotiate with me. If the price is right, I'll let you go after the battle. Chapter 147. At noon the next day, under the watchful eyes of a group of crossbow-wielding soldiers, the hanging basket in the corner creaked as it climbed up the city wall. The Ragged Prince quickly walked to the front of the hanging basket and said to the woman squatting inside, Marise, why did they let you come back? After yesterday's battle, the people of Yuan Kai were terrified, and the city gate was blocked by sandbags and stones. Marise rode alone to the city gate and could only dismount and take the bamboo basket's lift. The beautiful interrogator glanced at the disguised masters behind the commander and said calmly while climbing out of the basket, the Mother of Dragons let me come back to pass a message. After passing the message, I still have to go back to be a captive. What message? Dan quickly asked. He and the other masters took off their toka robes and changed into the yellow silk cloaks of the ordinary guise soldiers. They disguised themselves as ordinary guards to avoid being targeted by the megalosaurus in the sky. In the morning, the black dragon came over and killed the 3 sons of the great virtuous master with a 15 kilograms barrel of kerosene. The great virtuous master's pyramid was the largest. At around 5:00 in the morning, the sun had just revealed half of its face from the horizon. The 3 princes habitually went to the top garden and bathed in the morning light to practice their martial arts. In the end, a fire bomb fell from the sky and turned the 3 princes into human-shaped torches. It was a miserable sight. Marise didn't look at Dan and said to her commander, the Mother of Dragons hopes that you will lead the wind-blowing group to her side. She will give you double the commission or other conditions you propose. Ah, the nearby guys soldiers and masters exclaimed. The Ragged Prince didn't seem to notice the guys soldiers' wary gazes and said calmly, Marise, you should understand the other party's intentions. Yes, the Mother of Dragons is trying to sow discord between the wind-blowing group and Master Yuan Kai. The interrogator nodded. Yes, that cunning woman wants to drive a wedge between us. Dan gritted his teeth. As he spoke, his right hand unconsciously touched his hip. He had been shot 4 times last night and should have been resting at home. However, His Excellency War God's team had been wiped out once again. He felt guilty. If he didn't immediately get out of bed and contribute his strength to Yuan Kai's anti-dragon mother cause, he wouldn't be able to sit or lie down in peace. He wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. He would be anxious and anxious. Alright, he wanted to atone for his sins. He wanted to use his unremitting efforts to make up for the mistakes caused by non-personal factors. If the wind-blowing group is not willing to join them, then they must pay the Mother of Dragons a ransom in exchange for the 124 members. Meryl said calmly. How much? The Ragged Prince's eyes flickered as he asked, can we negotiate? She can't just say how much she wants, can she? At least 3 times as much as usual, but the Mother of Dragons also said that she would not go against tradition. She allowed the wind-blowing group to send someone to negotiate tonight, Meili said. At night? Graziden's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and asked, why not in the afternoon? Do you know what happened to that woman in the camp? Did those slaves go to the Jade Lake to fetch water? When are they going to attack? Meryl looked at her leader. Tell him. The Ragged Prince nodded and said softly. The Mother of Dragons did not set up camp at the Jade Lake. The smell there is quite strong. She probably guessed that the virtuous master had contaminated the lake with feces. Her camp is divided into 3 parts. The front, middle, and back camps are located 5 kilometers north of Yuan Kaidong. They extend more than 10 kilometers to the east, and the closest one is 7 to 8 kilometers away from the Jade Lake. I don't know the exact situation in the camp. Before I left, I only saw a large group of soldiers digging a well. The Mother of Dragons was outside the camp, supervising the militia's construction. She seems to be very busy, so she set the negotiation at night. That shouldn't be. Graziden rubbed his chin and said doubtfully, the Jade Lake and the forest nearby are the perfect camping grounds that we prepared for the slaves. Throwing feces into the lake was to lower the woman's vigilance. Drinking the feces-contaminated water directly may cause symptoms, but it is not fatal. Actually, it is fine to just filter it with gauze and boil the water. When she thinks that we have already done something to the lake, she will ignore the real killer move. You even poisoned it? The Ragged Prince asked with a frown. Do you think we are stupid? Won't the fishes die if we poisoned it? Graziden glanced at the leader of the wind-blowing team in disdain and said coldly, we sank 10,000 slave corpses in the lake. Hiss, the interrogator, who had always been expressionless no matter what the situation was, gasped in shock just like her captain. If it really caused a large-scale epidemic, how can Yuan Kai escape? The Ragged Prince said in disbelief. Slaves die one after another, but the virtuous master still stands proudly on the pyramid. Graziden's expression was 7 parts smug and 3 parts ruthless. We are willing to let Yuan Kai and the Mother of Dragons die together. If news of the blood plague really spread, I'm afraid that you virtuous masters will immediately seal the pyramid and completely cut off all contact with the outside world, the Ragged Prince said coldly. Ragged Prince, the virtuous masters are very generous. We will pay the ransom for the captured mercenaries and the compensation for the dead mercenaries. Graziden smiled meaningfully at the leader of the wind-blowing team. The gray-haired leader instantly understood what he meant. We have money and are willing to pay. Aren't the mercenaries selling their lives for money? Maris, you have another mission. Help us find out about the slave camp. Graziden directly ordered the interrogator. Finally, before leaving, he turned back and said, oh right, during the negotiation tonight, help me ask that woman if our guy's warrior can be redeemed. The price is negotiable. The Ragged Prince watched the virtuous masters leave with a cold gaze. Maris, come with me. That afternoon, Maris and 2 other members of the wind-blowing team were placed outside of Yuan Kai City in a hanging basket. Along with them were 2 healthy horses. Other than Maris, there was a tall young man from Bravos and a well-built old man with a white beard. Strangely, the old man had a two-handed greatsword on his left waist, a flute on his right, and a wooden guitar on his slightly hunched back. The centaur scouts that had been patrolling 500 meters outside of the city were immediately alerted. After Maris went up alone and explained the situation, the leader of the scouts, Schik, waved his hand unwillingly and made the cavalry move out of the way. "You guys came too early," he muttered. "Maybe, but only the others can wait for the queen. No one can make the queen wait for too long. Don't you think so?" The Bravashan beside Maris laughed. You'll have to wait. The queen is hunting in the forest in the east. She won't be back until evening." Schik mocked. The Bravashan's eyes flashed. He opened his mouth and was about to ask how many people went, but after seeing the ugly woman's cold gaze, he immediately changed his words. "Waiting for the queen is also a kind of honor. We'll gladly endure it." A group of 10 centaurs protected the 3 mercenaries as they walked towards the camp 5 kilometers away. Along the way, the Bravashan's eyes drifted left and right, not letting go of any militia that passed by his sight. 3 kilometers away from Yuankai City, there was a sudden clamor in his ears. His vision was densely packed with people and wood. Tens of thousands of short-sleeved soldiers were doing carpentry under the command of the Unsullied. They're building siege engines and trebuchets. When they arrived at the camp, the Bravashan was shocked again. What a tall and sturdy camp. The thigh-thick wooden fence was 5 meters high and had 2 layers. In the middle was a 2-meter-wide wall with dirt piled up. Outside the outermost wooden fence, there were shirtless civilians building walls. The manors outside Yuankai City were all burned down. But while the wooden houses where the slaves lived could be burned down, the gorgeous brick villas of the slave owners would be left in ruins. At this time, a group of civilians dismantled pieces of yellow bricks from the blackened brick wall and pushed them near the camp with strange wheelbarrows. Then, the bricklayers began to build the wall against the wooden fence. Such a sturdy camp. It seemed that the Mother of Dragons was not stupid. She was prepared to fight a long-term siege with Yuankai. The Bravashan youth was deep in thought. "Wait here. You're not allowed to go anywhere else in the camp." The captain took the 3 of them to the stables behind the camp gate and arranged for 2 Unsullied patrolling in the camp to guard them. Then, he left with the centaurs. How much work would it take to build such a sturdy camp? "I'm afraid we won't be able to attack Yuankai in a short time." The Bravashan whispered to his 2 companions. "Zidane, be honest. It's your new second son's regiment's business if you're willing to be a spy for the Jith people. Don't cause trouble and implicate more than 100 of my brothers." The old man's eyes were as sharp as a blade. "Don't worry, I'm just a guard. I won't even meet the little queen." The Bravashan smiled strangely. He, I'm only paid to do things. I only care about the Mother of Dragons' army. Even if your wind-blowing group secretly discusses with her about joining her side, I won't interfere." "You." The old man was furious. Meleev pulled him and said lightly, "Danzo, why do you care about such a villain?" That's right." Danzo snorted and said sarcastically, "In order to become famous, you even changed the name of your regiment. Aren't you afraid of being infected with the bad luck of the Second Son's regiment being wiped out?" "It's the new Second Son's regiment, not the Second Son's regiment," Zidane corrected and said with a smile, "What bad luck? It's more like power and wealth." After changing the name, the small mercenary regiment of 20 people that wasn't even qualified to join the Jith army suddenly expanded to 500 people. When those stragglers heard that I was the illegitimate son of the Titan's illegitimate son, they all flocked to me. Now, even the virtuous lords know my name. 200,000 gold radiance coins, how's that compared to your wind-blowing group? You better pray that the Mother of Dragons doesn't know about your relationship with Merlot." That big Bravashan was miserable. He was burned to a crisp by the dragon's flames and then was bitten into pieces by 2 dragons. Speaking of this, Danzo deliberately looked up and down at the uneasy Bravashan and said, "You're not small either. If you're roasted, you'll be very chewy. The Megalosaurus will like it. You know, I'm just borrowing Merlot's name. He's 29 years old this year. How can he have a son as big as me? Zidane forced a smile. The Dragon Queen is back. Meili suddenly said. At this time, the sky was already dark. The camp was located on a hill, and they could see the surrounding scenery. They saw a dusty Megalosaurus appear in the east. The sound of hooves rumbled. Thousands of cavalry led by a red-cloaked knight were like a long dragon winding on the earth at dusk. Behind the red-cloaked knight, there were two flag-bearers holding two flags, the Wings of Freedom and the red-black dragon flag. It's the Imperial Guards and the Mother of Dragons Guards. That red cloak is the Dragon Queen. Zidane's eyes shone. Chapter 148. Even if the Dragon Queen returned to the camp at dusk with a large number of prey, the three messengers representing the wind-blowing group could not see her immediately. But Maris and Danzo were not in a hurry, because the silver-haired queen had said last night that she would meet the messengers of the wind-blowing group during the night's rest time. Zidane, the leader of the new Second Sons Regiment, who was disguised as a messenger of the wind-blowing group, was not in a hurry either. He pretended to look around as if nothing had happened and muttered to himself. Ha, she claims to have an army of 200,000, but in reality, there are only 52,000 people. That woman really knows how to brag. He said to his two companions proudly as he drank the carrot oatmeal. Well, the guards did not starve them. There was enough carrot oatmeal, and each person was given half a pound of roasted boar meat. Humph. You don't need to count the smoke from the bonfire. The Mother of Dragons did not intend to hide her strength at all. The merchants in Astapor have already told the slave masters about her military strength. Danzo mocked. You don't understand. Zidane shook his head and said with a smile, of course, I also know about her military strength, but her troops didn't suffer any major losses after a 600-mile raid in 10 days. Doesn't this mean something? What does it mean? No matter how many losses her troops have suffered, with just 3 dragons, it is impossible for us to go out of the city and raid. Did you forget the lesson yesterday? Danzo shook his head. Ha, who are we? Zidane sneered. Danzo was stunned and did not understand what he was trying to say. We are mercenaries, not Gith people, nor are we virtuous or great lords. Is the wind-blowing group really planning to die for Yuan Kai? Are you going to rely on the Mother of Dragons? Maris, who had been silent all this time, was also shocked. Of course. Zidane dragged his words and said with a smile. No. No matter how many times the Mother of Dragons wins, she will lose in the end. But seeing that her army of 50,000 is still so neat after a long raid, I am afraid that Yuan Kai will not be the last battle of her life. Since that is the case, we have to prepare a backup plan. Let's work together and secretly control a few large ships. If the situation is not right, this time, the 2 members of the windblown mercenary group didn't refute Zidane's words. Instead, they seemed to be deep in thought. It was almost a tradition for mercenary groups to run away if they couldn't win, so it wasn't embarrassing to say it out loud. Around 10 o'clock at night, the entire campsite was quiet. The ground was covered with flickering bonfires, like a starry night hanging upside down. Under the guidance of the Unsullied, Meryl and Danzo saw the silver-haired queen leaning on a wooden chair with her right hand supporting her chin. She was still wearing her grayish-black full-body armor. Only her helmet was removed. Under her silky hair was a delicate and small face. Her silver hair flickered under the light of the torch. The Mother of Dragons was really young, and she was as beautiful as the rumors said. Her eyes were clear and bright, without any fanaticism, but there was an obvious tiredness in them. The moment Danzo entered the wooden palace, he began sizing up the queen. Considering that Lara knew the general situation of the Blowing Wind group, the people of Bravos could not pretend to be officers of the mercenary group, and if they were not officers, they would not be qualified to meet Danny. He stayed outside the tent. Seeing the flute at the old man's waist and the wooden guitar on his back, Danny sat up straight and said in surprise, "Oh, this old swordsman is also a bard?" Danzo bowed and said gently, "Your Majesty, I am Danzo Dahan, the deputy commander of the Blowing Wind Group, representing the Ragged Prince to negotiate with you. As you can see, I am indeed a poet, a warrior poet." The old man's appearance was coarse, and his armor was old and tattered, but he gave Danny a feeling of elegance like a spring breeze. Flute in the left hand, sword in the right. What a warrior poet. Danny smiled and patted him, saying, "I've been learning the harp from a musician recently. If there's a chance, let's exchange ideas." This wasn't a lie. After becoming the queen, Danny had arranged for herself cultural classes, etiquette classes, and other noble classes in addition to swordsmanship. As a transmigrator, she indeed lacked the basic etiquette of a different world. Like she said, etiquette was never used to ask others how to behave, but to regulate her own behavior. She couldn't be like a silly Chinibu and shout, "I'm coarse, I'm proud, you all have to listen to me, learn from me, right? If the Blowing Wind Group is willing to pledge allegiance to your Majesty, how many chances are there?" The red-haired Lara said with a smile. "It's not impossible." Danzo said something that shocked Danny and the others. Not to mention Danny, if Zidane was present, his jaw would probably drop. Previously, this old man had an unyielding and proud look, but now, under normal circumstances, almost no mercenary group would stab their employer in the back. Otherwise, who would hire you? For example, Mero's second sons had a long history and were powerful, but the reputation of Titan's illegitimate sons was too bad, and they had not received any missions for several years. Therefore, once they received the Githa's invitation, they immediately traveled thousands of miles from Bravos to Myrene. The reason Danny acted like she was thirsty for talents in the Blowing Wind Group and driving a wedge between the Blowing Wind Group and the Virtuous Lord was only a secondary goal. Her main goal was to send a few Jianggan to the Chao camp on the other side without leaving a trace. Is the Prince of Ragged Clothes really willing to renounce the darkness and pledge allegiance to the light? Danny stared. Renounce the darkness and pledge allegiance to the light? This dragon queen sure knows how to talk. Danzo complained in his heart, but on the surface, he smiled warmly and nodded. The Prince of Ragged Clothes has admired your Majesty for a long time. As long as you satisfy his insignificant request, he will lead 2,000 of his brothers to pledge loyalty to your Majesty. What does he want? Danny asked curiously. Pentos, Danzo said seriously. What? Danny suspected that she had heard wrongly. If your Majesty agrees to give Pentos to our leader in the future, the Blowing Wind Group will be yours. Danzo clearly stated his condition. I remember that the Prince of Ragged Clothes once rejected the position of Prince of Pentos. Why is he regretting it now? Danny was puzzled. There were two reasons why the leader of the Blowing Wind Group was called the Prince of Ragged Clothes. First, he was born in a noble family of Pentos and was elected as Prince of Pentos 30 years ago. Second, he wore a tattered cloak that looked like a tattered bedsheet. The members of the Blowing Wind Group affectionately called him the Tattered King. Your Majesty, don't you know the customs of Pentos? Danzo frowned. Sir, I stayed in Pentos for a long time, but I was too young at that time. The most I knew was that Black Jack's grilled herring was the cheapest on Bear Street. 1 copper coin was enough to fill one's belly. Danny chuckled. Danzo's expression was strange. He nodded and said, I've been to Black Jack's barbecue shop. 1 copper coin and 2 tails of sour wine. Your Majesty, do you know about the situation of the royal family of Kors? He asked again. Danny immediately understood. She said in disbelief, when I was in Pentos, I often saw the prince patrolling the streets. In a long line, 3 ceremonial officials in gorgeous clothes walked in front. They were holding a golden scale, an iron sword, and a silver whip. It was said that these three things symbolized the prince's control over trade, war, and justice in Pentos. Every New Year's Day, the prince even. Speaking of this, Danny's cheeks turned red. Every New Year's Day, Pentos would offer a beautiful virgin to the two gods in charge of the land and the sea. Then, the prince would represent the gods to lust for the two virgins. When Viserys told his sister about this, his face was full of envy and jealousy. He even said, if only the Westeros had such a custom. Then, Legger would not have caused such a big commotion when he snatched Lyanna Stark. After a few light coughs, Dany was puzzled. Pentos doesn't look like the royal power has been lost. It's all on the surface. Sighing, Danzo slowly explained, Pentos is the same as Dragonstone Island where you were born. It was a trading outpost built by Valeglia. It was ruled by the nobles of Valeglia. The prince was chosen from 40 noble families. Nominally, he was equivalent to the king of Pentos. But after the fall of Valeglia, the foundation of the city's power changed. From absolute power Valeglia's megalosaurus to pure wealth. But in terms of wealth, how could the prince compare to the great sea merchants? And so, after a few hundred years, the prince gradually became a symbol, even a sacrifice. Sacrifice? Dany was stunned. Every time Pentos loses a war, or the year is not good, resulting in crop failure, the Pentos people will slit the prince's throat and sacrifice him to the gods to appease the gods' anger. Fuck. What kind of weird custom was this? The seasons in this world were not fixed. Everything was fine in summer, but winter would always come. What kind of year would there be in winter that lasted for several years? Wouldn't the prince be beheaded every time winter came? Danzo continued, when the previous prince was beheaded, the commander was elected as the new prince. But how could he want such a prince? I haven't even conquered Yuan-Kai. Who knows if I'll have a chance to go to Pentos in this life? Dany refused. The ragged prince must be crazy. How could the windblown group be worth her running tens of thousands of miles to conquer a trading city for him? You don't need to lead an army to attack Pentos. Danzo seemed to have guessed her thoughts and explained, Pentos' situation is very special. In the slave war 100 years ago, Pentos sacrificed 4 princes in a year, but they were still no match for Bravos. The governors of Pentos could only choose to negotiate. While promising to give up the slavery system, they were also forced to sign an agreement to reduce their military power. First, Pentos could not have more than 20 warships. Second, Pentos could not hire mercenaries and could not sign a contract to defend the city with free mercenaries. Third, other than a limited number of city guards, Pentos could not have an army. Therefore, Pentos was as weak as a delicate girl. Your Majesty only needed to send 3 dragons to accompany them, and the windblown group could easily take Pentos. Looking at Danzo's eager eyes, Dany touched her chin and said something out of the topic. Did Bravos really start the war for slaves? I remember that there were many servants wearing slave collars in Governor Illyrio's mansion. Your Majesty is smart. The ragged prince once said that the abolition of slavery was just an excuse for Bravos to expand their power. In name, Pentos did not have a single slave, but in reality, it was just a change of name. Slaves were changed to debt slaves. No matter how hard they worked, the money they earned could never satisfy their daily needs. Buying a house, getting married, eating, raising children, therefore, those free slaves could only borrow from wealthy merchants. In order to pay off the loans, they could only do the work arranged by the wealthy and work harder to earn money to pay off the debt that could never be paid off. Speaking of this, Danzo's gaze towards Dany changed. It was full of awe and worship. Your Majesty is completely different from the Bravos people. Your Majesty provides every new free person with enough living necessities, land that will always belong to them, interest-free and long-term Queen's loans. The slaves themselves may not understand how much protection the code you set up is for ordinary people. A perfect system and law allows every new free person to live a truly free and prosperous life. You are the real liberator of slaves. Chapter 149. It was because Danny was playing for real, not just for show, and was very good at it that the others hated her so much. The hatred stemmed from the deep fear. Bravos had held the banner of freeing the slaves for hundreds of years, but the rest of the slave-trading city-states did not react at all. When Bravos used the excuse of abolishing slavery to attack Pentos, Mir, Volantis, Tarosai, and other city-states were watching the fun without any intention of intervening. But Danny did not shout, "I want to abolish slavery," to the world at all. She only secretly engaged in large-scale production in a corner of the world. As a result, the Guys Alliance attacked, and Quills and Volantis were also sharpening their swords, ready to declare war on her. Even Bravos, which had always opposed slavery, had a faceless person come to assassinate her. In just half a year, Danny, who kept a low profile, had become the enemy of the world. Even if she had 3 dragons, the mercenaries with a little foresight were not optimistic about her. Therefore, Danzo sincerely respected her, and the Ragged Prince also wanted to borrow the power of the dragons, but they did not want to rely on her. Well, they did not want to be martyrs. Since Pentos has no national defense force, the wind-blowing group's 2,000 elite infantry should be enough, right? Danny wondered. Your Majesty, you have been to Pentos, so you should know how high and thick the city walls are. Danzo smiled bitterly. Because of the limited military power, Pentos people crazily increased the walls. And Bravo's attitude is uncertain. The Mother of Dragons' reputation is enough to make them not dare to directly intervene. Danny frowned. The wind-blowing group was too smart. 2,000 infantry was indeed a powerful force, but it would only be used once in Yuan Kai, and they would not rely on her forever. After seizing Pentos, the Ragged Prince obviously did not intend to pledge allegiance to her. It was easy to send the Megalosaurus to help attack the city, but could she bear the pressure from Bravos? Not to mention that Bravos had the world's largest navy, the most powerful shipbuilding ability, the most powerful industrial productivity, and the most powerful assassin group, the Faceless People. Just the Iron Treasury alone was enough to take away half of her life. The Iron Treasury was the creditor of the entire world. Even if all the gold coins in the world's banks were added together, it would not be as much as the Iron Vault. Could it be that the Ragged Prince already thinks of me as a dead person? A dead person naturally wouldn't be afraid no matter how much blame was placed on him. At most, he would just die. The more Danny thought about it, the more upset she felt, but she couldn't refuse too harshly. A mercenary group of 2,000 elite infantrymen was enough to rank among the top 5 in the Ursos continent. Danny estimated that she would have to sacrifice the same number of soldiers if she were to fight them head-on. I won't lie. If it was another time and place, I would have rejected your Windblown Guild without hesitation. However, with the current situation, the Windblown Guild's attitude is enough to change the outcome of this battle. As such, the Ragged Prince's conditions aren't too harsh. Danny said after some consideration. Danzua nodded inwardly. That's right. It was because they saw that the Mother of Dragons was in a dilemma that they put forward such harsh conditions. He and the Ragged Prince both knew how big and heavy the black pot in Bravos was. Yes, it was the kind of pot that could crush the Mother of Dragons to death again. Again, the Mother of Dragons had plenty of pots to worry about. She had even taken the initiative to take on the world pot of abolishing slavery. Bravos wouldn't make a difference. Thump, 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 Danny tapped on the armrest of the chair lightly and asked softly, "Do you know Illyrio Mopatis?" Danzua's eyes flashed as he nodded and said, "A trading governor in Pentos. He mainly deals in spices, gems, and dragon bones. I heard that your 3 dragon eggs were purchased by him from the Shadowlands." "That's right. Illyrio gave me 3 dragon eggs. He also protected me and Viserys from assassins many times. I lived a princess-like life in his house for half a year. Later, when I wandered to Qualls, he sent 3 ships to pick me up and bring me back to my country. My naval commander, Sir Grollet, and half of his sailors are also his people." Danny looked at him and said, if it were another city, I might have agreed to the Ragged Prince's conditions, but I would never invade a friend's city, or even, if Illyrio asked, I wouldn't hesitate to take Pentos and give it to him. I wouldn't ask for a single copper coin in return. Finally, she said firmly, Targaryen, a debt must be repaid. The red-haired Lila, the beautiful Mareth, and the warrior poet Donswa's faces were all twisted in that moment. If that Duke Tywin of Rhaegon Keelah was here, they wondered if he would go crazy. Everyone complained in their hearts. Alright, the Lannister family's motto was, Hear me roar. Danny didn't break the rules. I'm afraid that Governor Illyrio won't be able to become Prince of Pentos. He was born poor and doesn't have the bloodline of the 40 great nobles. Donswa said hesitantly. Hee, the Ragged Prince definitely doesn't want to be a puppet anymore. When he comes to power, what will happen to the Governor of Trade who holds real power? I can't push my benefactor into a fire pit, right? Danny smiled and threw the blame on the head of her benefactor, Illyrio. How about this, I don't need you to spread rumors. Anyway, I just need to dawdle in Yuan Kai. If I can take down Yuan Kai and you gain Illyrio's recognition. Yes, when I receive Illyrio's letter, I'll mobilize the Megalosaurus to help you take down Pentos. At least this was better than a direct rejection. I can't make the decision. I have to go back and discuss it with the Ragged Prince. Donswa said hesitantly. Alright, we can continue the discussion tomorrow night at this time. You can tell the wise master that my price is too high and that he won't budge. I can only go back and ask the commander. Danny nodded. Thank you, your majesty. Donswa bowed respectfully and found Zidane outside the tent. They returned to Yuan Kai that very night. Mareth returned to the prisoner camp obediently. Under the moonlight and starlight, the two knights listened to the sound of horse hooves as they walked back silently. Suddenly, the Braavosi looked around and asked softly, Did you succeed? No. Why? The Dragon Queen insisted on 4 times the normal ransom. Donswa also lowered his voice. Anyway, the wise master is the one paying, and the current situation is very special. She's not asking for too much. Zidane was puzzled. I did it on purpose. I'll go back and ask the commander tonight. We'll continue the discussion tomorrow, Donswa said mysteriously. Zidane suddenly came to his senses and patted the old poet's shoulder. He laughed softly and said, You're old and sly. You've delayed for another day for Yuan Kai. The wise master should reward you. It's not considered delaying. After all, you saw it too. The Mother of Dragons needs time to build siege weapons. Donswa shook his head. After he went back and reported this matter, the wise master really rewarded Donswa 500 gold radiance coins. After the wise masters and mercenary commanders heard the news that Zidane found out, they were so happy that they had a midnight party in the Great Pyramid. When they returned to the wind-blowing team's commander's room in the early morning, Donswa told him the whole story. So the relationship between Illyrio and that woman is so deep. The prince in ragged clothes stroked the white beard on his chin and thought for a moment. Do you know how long the enemy army's food can last? Donswa said, It's more than we expected. The Unsullied gave us half a pound of wild boar meat for dinner. I've observed carefully. Almost every soldier was given a piece of meat. The nearby forest is only so big. How long can they last by hunting? Then, Commander, what do you mean? Donswa was puzzled. The prince in ragged clothes smiled coldly and said, Tomorrow, tell that woman that I agree to her Plan B. I will not do anything for the next few days. The wind-blowing team will try not to be stained with the blood of the slave army. But when she can't hold on and has the idea of returning to my plana, you can use the excuse of talking about the ransom of the Gith captives and put a yellow silk cloak back as a signal. At that time, I will automatically reach a new agreement with her. Illyrio will take his wealth and scram, and she will help me take down Pentos. Donswa looked at the gray-haired old commander in admiration and gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant, really brilliant. He he he. He he he. Danny looked at the blood contract in her hand and laughed coldly. The next day, Danzua and Zidane left Yuan Kai early as usual and had dinner at Danny's camp. Although the two had different goals, they were both pleasantly surprised. Today's steak was a quarter thinner than yesterday, and the oatmeal was not as thick as last night. The Dragon Queen also came back later. During the negotiations that night, Danzua found that the Dragon Queen was even more tired than last night. It seemed like she was worried about something. Was there no food? The negotiations went smoothly. Even though the Queen repeatedly emphasized that she, Danny Rise, would not do anything to betray her friends even if she was defeated, wiped out, or killed. But in the end, he still wrote his name on the contract without hesitation. At noon on the third day, in the giant Jela arena in Yuan Kai City. With the arrival of the Mother of Dragons, Yuan Kai also entered a state of emergency where the entire city was on alert. Entertainment activities such as gladiators and courtesans' parades were naturally suspended. The giant Jela arena that belonged to His Excellency the Virtuous Lord was no exception. The stands on all sides and the arena were empty. Only the stone hall where the gladiators trained their martial arts could be heard. "No, uncle, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Uncle, Virtuous Lord, Uncle Mourinho, no." An 18 or 19-year-old youth was crying and struggling, wailing and crying. The giant Jela arena was also built by excavating the ground, so the training ground next to the arena was 10 meters away from the ground. At the top of the spacious training ground covered with stone slabs, there were skylights the size of washbasins. The lighting was very good. The golden sunlight penetrated through the skylights to the ground. There were visible black dust in the yellow light pillars, the charcoal ash of the burning firewood. The circular training ground was about 500 square meters. In the center, there was a 2-meter-high white jade platform with a width of one's arms. At the top of the stone platform, there was a golden stone egg. The surface of the stone egg was covered with fine scales, like the skin of a young dragon. This was a golden dragon egg. With the stone pillar as the center, there was a pattern of burning flames painted on the ground nearby with red paint. The holy mark of the Light King, Lalo, was similar to the heptagram of the Seven Gods Church. Each holy mark of the flame was the size of a baby's palm. Countless holy marks formed a huge reverse spiral vortex around the stone pillar. 2 iron chains were dragged out from the top and bottom of the stone pillar. The wailing youth's hands and feet were shackled by the iron chains. The youth's long black hair was wet and draped over his shoulders. His toka robe and silk pants were also dripping with a light green liquid. Well, there was a strong olive fragrance. The youth was also surrounded by firewood. Chapter 150. Gandhi, for the great Dasnak family, for Yuan Kai, for Slave Bay, for the Gai's empire, for the peaceful future of the world's people, you, go. Throw yourself into the arms of the Lord of Light, Lalo, is also a good home, the virtuous Lord said with red and swollen eyes as he looked at his nephew who was dragging the chains with a clattering sound. His eyes were not red and swollen like a sorrowful person who was holding back his tears. Instead, he looked like a leader who had lost half of his public funds in Macau and was gritting his teeth as he placed his final bet on the betting table. Virtuous Lord, you are mistaken. Your nephew will not enter the kingdom of the Lord of Light. The object of your sacrifice is Lord Lalo, the shadow demon. A strangely dressed old woman beside him chuckled. The old woman was leaning on a walking stick and had a hunched back. She had yellowish-black old skin and sparse hair. Her wrinkled cheeks were inlaid with a piece of red jade. She wore a tight black top that revealed her 2 breasts. She purposely made 2 holes in her chest. They looked like shriveled eggplants that had been exposed to the sun for 10 days. They swayed left and right as the old woman walked. There was even a palm-sized metal ring at the top of the eggplants. Judging from her attire, the old woman should have come from one of the 3 fortress cities of the descendants of Herr Cologne. The descendants of Herr Cologne were destroyed by the juggernauts. The remaining survivors fled into the 3 fortresses and gradually developed into the 3 fortress cities of Shamiliana, Kayakayaniya, and Bayasabad. Perhaps it was because too many men had died in the war, or perhaps it was because they despised men for being useless and a disgrace to the legendary hero, Herculan, Yasser Ahai. After the country was destroyed by the zebra people, the descendants of Herculan became a purely feminist society. Before the women of the new era learned how to walk, they had to learn how to ride a horse and climb. Starting from childhood, every woman had to master the skills of using a bow, spear, knife, and slingshot. Adult female warriors who passed the test would have their faces inlaid with rubies and metal rings pierced through their skin. They would also not shy away from revealing their strong chest muscles. As for men, unfortunately, there were not many men left. The 3 citadels strictly followed the policy that 99 out of every 100 boys would be castrated before they reached adulthood and become eunuchs, serving the city in a variety of service jobs: scribes, priests, scholars, servants, cooks, farmers, artisans, and so on. Only the most intelligent, the strongest, the most courteous, and the most elegant boy could keep his little Gigi, continue to grow, and have children with 100 fierce Spartans. Is this policy good? Even the scholars of Westeros could not tell, but ever since the woman took power, the zebra people in the east, the horse people in the west, and the barbarians in the mountains could no longer bully the descendants of Herr Cologne as they had in the past. And this old woman in front of him was one of those fierce women. The people of Zingis spent half a year to invite her from thousands of miles away. The virtuous lord glanced at the old woman and asked, "Aren't the light monarch and the shadow demon Lalo?" There was a deep fear in his eyes as he looked at her. The virtuous lord was not an idiot. He would not believe in an old woman from the Far East for no reason. A few days ago, when the fleet captain introduced the old woman to him, the virtuous lord told him directly, if he could not see the true power of the gods with his own eyes, he would rather waste a little more time and go to the Red Temple of Volantis to find the Red God High Priest than hire her. Then the old woman performed a ghostly shadow in his great pyramid. That night, under the red light of the bonfire, countless demons crawled out of the wall and took away the souls of 10 slaves as sacrifices. Seeing the twisted shadow tear another shadow from a living person, the virtuous lord did not dare to perform a sacrificial ritual in his pyramid. Ha ha ha. The old woman laughed strangely. Virtuous lord, the light monarch is the red god, the god of fire, and the shadow demon is the shadow of light, the dark demon. The combination of gods and demons is the complete Lalo. If you want to exchange the soul of the megalosaurus from the kingdom of death, you can only ask for help from the god of darkness, Lalo the devil. The kingdom of the light monarch belongs to the red god believers, and the kingdom of death controlled by the shadow demon Lalo is hell. Do you understand? Your nephew will go to hell. You have sacrificed your grandson, granddaughter, daughter, illegitimate son, and 15 other relatives. They are all waiting for the poor little Gandhi in hell. Ha ha ha. The virtuous lord's face was pale, and he kept muttering. Sure enough, we were right to ban the spread of the red god belief in the slave bay. Lalo is the devil, the god of devils. Ha ha ha, if the great Lalo is the devil, what are you, who pray to him for miracles? The old woman sneered. And as I said, the light monarch and the shadow demon are 2 completely different things. The red god priestess who believes in the light monarch is different from me, a witch who studies black witchcraft. I don't believe in the light monarch at all, and the priestess who believes in the light monarch may not be able to help you with the sacrificial ritual, unless she also studies black witchcraft while believing in the light monarch. So, new guys invited me, an expert in the demon sacrificial ritual, from afar, and did not look for the red god archbishop of Volantis who teaches thousands of people. You fool, do you understand what I'm saying? This old woman was the same as the witch Mealy who cursed Dany. They believed in the traditional gods of their own people, but studied the shadow demon's black witchcraft as a subject. Lalo, the shadow demon, did not care if the black witchcraft believed in him or not. As long as the other party mastered the technique of sacrificing to him, he would give different responses according to the sacrifice. You. The virtuous lord's thin face was red and green. She said with hatred, "Why have I sacrificed 15? No, including my 3 sons who died under the dragon flame, 18 blood descendants have entered Lalo's kingdom. Why haven't the dragon eggs hatched yet?" The old woman shrugged and said casually, "I don't know." "Are you kidding me?" The virtuous lord was furious. The old woman sighed and said helplessly, "I've said it before. In theory, by sacrificing blood relatives, you can exchange part of the Megalosaurus soul fragment from the shadow demon. I've even shown you how to use 10 slaves to save a dead person." The virtuous lord waved her hand and interrupted her impatiently. "Save an idiot who can't speak and can't think. Yes, you are very lucky to have met an idiot." The old woman nodded and said seriously, "Lucky? Is there something wrong with your brain?" The virtuous lord sneered. He. The old woman's dark red eyes flashed with countless black shadows. She said faintly, "Who do you think the sacrifice is? Where did the soul fragment come from?" "The shadow demon, Lalo, the soul fragment from hell." "What can there be in hell? If the thing that returns to the human world is not a crazy evil spirit, you should be shouting Lalo, the king of light, bless." "Okay." The virtuous lord understood the meaning of the old woman's words. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even if it hatches an idiot dragon that can fly and breathe fire, I'll accept it. But that woman only lost 3 relatives, and she hatched 3 smart and flawless dragons. Why didn't I get a crazy dragon even though I lost 18 relatives? Are you stupid?" The old woman looked at him with disdain and asked, "What kind of blood do you have, and what kind of blood do you have? Your family's ancestor is a branch of the great nobility of Valeglia, but how many generations have you had mixed blood? Other than the high-quality pure blood of Valeglia, how many dragons have been hatched in the history of Targaryen? Those dozens and hundreds of dragons have all died and returned to the kingdom of death. But as soon as they hear their master's call, they will immediately break free from the shackles of death and return to the human world from hell. For example, that black dragon must be the reincarnation of Balerion. Your family has no dragons to summon in hell, so you can only pray to the shadow demon to be merciful and give you a piece of the Megalosaurus soul fragment. Then what will it take for him to be merciful to me?" The virtuous lord roared. The old woman stared at the golden dragon egg on the stone platform for a while, and said with a ghostly voice, "Perhaps, he has already responded to you. I saw a few small shadows in the dragon egg. Virtuous lord, please understand that the gods are never merciful, but the demons are crueler than the gods. The good thing of exchanging the blood of a few branches for a Megalosaurus will never happen to you. Think about that dragon queen, her father, brother, nephew, niece, mother, loyal servant, second brother, husband, and only son. They are all dead, and there is only one Targaryen left in the world. What about you?" The old woman turned her head, and her cold and mocking dark red eyes met the virtuous lord's. Thump, thump, thump. The virtuous lord staggered back a few steps, turned his head, and said in a hoarse voice, "Is it really necessary? It should be said that even then, you may not get what you want. It's like you want a complete living person, but I can only help you revive an idiot." It was also because Dany Rise's life was too tragic, and the process of hatching a dragon was exactly the same as Shadow Demon Lalo's black magic theory of exchanging a living soul for a dead soul. Dany just casually said a few words of speculation that she saw on the forum in her past life, and the others felt like they had finally found the truth. The virtuous lord used his trembling hands to support himself against the wall, and asked with great difficulty, "Then, can I stop it?" "Yes, of course, you can quit at any time." The old woman pointed at Gandhi, who was still howling with her walking stick. "How about we stop burning today?" The virtuous lord looked at his nephew with an inexplicable expression. "Mourinho, you idiot raised by a mule, I curse the entire Daznak family to go to hell, ha ha ha." Do you know Dia? Your secret lover, her ventriloquism is amazing, I've tried it with my big sword. Ha ha ha, long live the mother of dragons, long live the megalosaurus, Yuan Kai will be conquered, ha ha ha. Looks like we have to continue burning. The old woman touched her nose and laughed. The virtuous lord spat out a word fiercely, burn. Ha ha. The old woman slammed the black jade-like wooden stick on the stone floor, and shouted in an ancient Far Eastern language, Lord of Shadows, you are the shadow in the fire, the only god in the shadow. Lalo, I offer you a blood sacrifice, please perform a miracle for the people around me. Boom. The flame stigmata on the reverse spiral vortex pattern suddenly burst into flames, and Gandhi, who was drenched in olive oil, was ignited together with the firewood beside him. Chapter 151. Ah, no, uncle, save me. Mourinho, I will curse you forever in hell. Gandhi in the flames let out an inhuman howl. The virtuous lord turned a blind eye to it and took a few steps back in fear. Because the red sacred mark quickly turned from red to black, the red flame also turned into a constantly twisting shadow. Like a wriggling living thing, the originally short shadow gradually elongated, extending on the floor, and finally projected on the wall, climbing to the ceiling, twisting and swaying with the flames of the burning firewood. The old woman raised her walking stick and chanted a mysterious incantation. At the same time, she used her extremely ugly body to perform a lewd and provocative dance. It was as if she was inviting an indescribable existence to have sex with her. Gradually, someone responded to her. The slender shadow began to split, like a person stretching his arms and legs. The virtuous lord even saw the distorted facial features on the shadow's head. Devil, the devil has appeared again, he murmured with a pale face. Countless twisted shadows danced with the old woman, and from time to time, they floated past Gandhi's torso in the flames. The shadows from hell were long and dark, and no light could stop them. The flames showed black stripes because of them, and the light beams that came through the skylight were like light bulbs that had been turned off. The bright and warm training ground instantly turned into a barren tomb. An hour later, a group of servants entered the training ground, silently cleaning the ashes on the ground, and the ferocious charred corpse with a big mouth under the light of the skylight. It was very contradictory. It was clearly burned, but it emitted the smell of a rotting corpse, as if what was burned before was not a living person, but a swollen rotten corpse dug out from the grave. Alas, I failed again, the old woman sighed helplessly as she walked on the tunnel leading to the pyramid. Your Excellency, you saw it with your own eyes, I really tried my best. The virtuous lord held a warm wooden box inlaid with gems and responded with a wooden face, yes. Then arrange a ship to take me away from Yuan Kai tonight. It's been a few days, and the mother of dragons should also attack the city. I'm old, and I can't bear the baptism of dragon flames, the old woman said with a smile. The footsteps of the two echoed in the dark and quiet tunnel. After a long while, the virtuous lord whispered, don't rush to leave, you will be safe in the pyramid. Oh, you still haven't given up? The old woman asked with a strange expression. Taking a deep breath, the virtuous lord's eyes flashed with a cold light as he coldly said, can you have the shadow fiend kill that woman? Are you dreaming? Not to mention the silver-haired queen protected by the megalosaurus, even if I wanted to hurt a mortal like you, I can't do it. The old woman sneered. But you killed Gandhi, you killed many people. The great sage gritted his teeth. Alas, offering a sacrifice is different from killing people. If my black magic could really hurt people from a distance, the zebra people of the Jujesnai grassland would have long been wiped out by me. But the truth is, even an ordinary zebra youth could easily chop off my head. The old woman shook her head helplessly. The virtuous lord suspiciously glanced at the old woman next to him and said, I recently heard a piece of news from the Westeros. Surrounded by an army of 10,000, a shadow broke into a king's tent and cut his throat like paper. Ha, if everyone thinks so, then the real murderer of the king can enjoy the fruits of victory in peace. Don't you know better than this old woman about the trivial matters of the game of power? The old woman chuckled. You mean, the power of witchcraft can't achieve that effect? The virtuous lord hesitated. In fact, he also thought that it was nonsense. If magic was so powerful, what was the point of the Gith people and the Dragon Queen's army of more than 100,000 people fighting? But, is the legend of the Lorna people using water magic to fight against the Megalosaurus fake? The destruction of a city with water magic should have happened. The wrinkles between the old woman's eyebrows deepened. But that involves gods. The Lorna River seems to have given birth to a nature god, the main god of the Lorna people. If someone can drive shadows to kill people, then he must be more terrifying than the Megalosaurus because there must be a god behind him, the god of shadows, Shadow Demon Lalo. Can't you borrow the power of Shadow Demon Lalo? Why can't you drive shadows to kill people? The virtuous lord still didn't give up. The old woman rolled her eyes and asked, how much pocket money does your son get every month, and how much can your dead nephew Gandhi get from you? The virtuous lord said with a straight face, if Gandhi was as good as Dax, I would give him more love. Sorry, I also hope that I'm the best wizard in the shadow demon's heart, but I'm not. The old woman said lightly. I advise you not to think too much. Even if there is someone in the Westeros who can drive shadows to kill people. Well, if the rumors are true, then the other party must be a red-robed priest who is proficient in black magic. Even if you invite that red-robed priest, he can't kill the Dragon Queen. Is her slender little neck stronger than a steel plate? The virtuous lord sneered. Hey, let me tell you this, the magic of the mortal world can't hurt the Dragon King. Otherwise, how can the people of Valeglia rule the world? What if the dragon isn't by her side? The virtuous lord said unwillingly. Sigh, if you really want to assassinate her, you might as well hire a faceless one. The new guy's people only asked me to hatch a dragon for you for 200,000 gold coins, but 200,000 gold coins isn't even a fraction of the cost of hiring a faceless one. Think about why. We already, thump, thump, thump. A series of hurried footsteps interrupted their conversation. At this time, they had already passed through the passage between the arena and the pyramid, and were climbing up the stairs with the help of 4 servants. Virtuous lord, there's a situation outside the city. A yellow silk cloak panted and said anxiously. Mourinho handed the box with the dragon egg to the servant beside him and patted the ash off Toka's robe. He said lightly, the slave queen finally can't hold it anymore and wants to attack the city? No, the centaurs are gone. What? The centaur scouts who have been guarding the east and south gate have disappeared. Yuan Kai City was not a completely square city. It was built along the curved coastline in the north and west, and there were docks on both sides. The city only had 2 gates in the east and south. A few days ago, the centaur cavalry had been guarding 500 meters outside the city, blocking the passage on the land of Yuan Kai. Since they have left, immediately send scouts out of the city to find out the situation of the enemy camp. The virtuous lord frowned. General Grazadin has already sent people to check. The militia who were building the siege chariots on the road have also disappeared. The enemy camp is closed, and there's no one outside the camp. What did Grazadin and the Ragged Prince say? The virtuous lord asked hurriedly. They can't make up their minds, so they asked me to invite you, the soldier said. The last cavalry raid ended up being a complete failure for the Dragon Queen, and the shadow of failure shrouded the hearts of the soldiers of Yuan Kai City. In the morning, the centaur scouts disappeared. In the afternoon, they found that the civilians on the road outside Yuan Kai City had also disappeared. A group of people discussed for the whole afternoon, but they still couldn't come up with a plan. In the evening, a few mercenaries who took the settlement fee took the risk to approach the right side of the camp of the Northern Expedition Liberation Army, but, Your Excellency, there's no one guarding the enemy camp. We took advantage of the darkness and hid at the base of the left wall of the enemy camp, but we found that the wall that looked like a tall wooden stake from afar was only a thin layer of wood. A small black mercenary who was 1.5 meters tall said. Grazadin was horrified. He glanced at the leader of the new Second Sons Regiment, Zidane, and asked, You mean, the slave rebel camp is just for show? It's worse than just for show. I tried to cut it with a dagger, and it directly opened a hole the size of a bowl, another middle-aged man said strangely. Zidane was still confused. The old sword poet Danzo's expression changed. Damn it, we've been tricked. The Mother of Dragons deliberately led us to the gate of the camp, and in the whole camp, only the gate is real. The rest of the camp, but why? The Ragged Prince said with a serious expression. Have you entered the camp to check? There are a total of 3 camps in the front, middle, and back, and they stretch for 10 kilometers, Grazadin quickly asked the 2 scouts. How would we dare to enter? From the hole, we can see that the camp is full of soldiers with spears. They seem to be waiting for us. It's late at night, and they didn't even light a campfire. I don't know what they're doing, the dark skinny man said with lingering fear. Damn it, they must be waiting for us to sneak into the camp. Grazadin blurted out. I see. They deliberately let us find out that the camp is weak, and then. The Ragged Prince had a look of realization at first, and he even agreed with Grazadin's judgment. But halfway through, he suddenly froze. If we found out that the camp is weak, would we sneak in? Or, would we dare to sneak in at night? He looked around at the people around him and asked. This. Grazadin's face turned red. You lowly mercenary leader, how could you say that? If we found out that the enemy was weak, would we, the son of a harpy, not even dare to sneak in? Seems like we wouldn't dare, then, he thought to himself in frustration. Although he had only fought with the Mother of Dragons twice, the results of those 2 short fights were too scary. She was young, but her battle tactics were unconstrained. No one could keep up with her pace. He, Grazadin, had been the captain of the Iron Army for 10 years. How many pirates and bandits had he fought? He had a lot of experience in both land and sea battles, and that woman seemed to be illiterate. She had always been a vagrant and had never even gone to school. So, do we sneak in or not? Zidane asked weakly. This. The Ragged Prince, the captain, Grazadin, the virtuous lord. All the generals present hesitated. The problem is, does the Mother of Dragons want us to sneak in? We have to do the opposite. Danzo said with a serious expression. Does she want to? 7 or 8 people asked in unison. Danzo's face began to twist. After a while, he said with difficulty, I don't know, since we can't guess, then let's not guess, the poop man Yazin said coldly. It's obvious. If wisdom has weight, then all of us added together won't be half of her weight. If that's the case, then we'll try our best to fight to the death. We'll stick to our original plan and pretend that we didn't notice the disappearance of the centaurs. Don't keep thinking about sneak attacks and sneak attacks. You can't beat her. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked at the poop man. Some looked at him with disdain, but more people expressed their admiration. Although the richest man in Yuan Kai had a foul mouth, he did have some extraordinary intelligence to be able to become the richest man. The virtuous lord and a few generals discussed in whispers for a while before announcing loudly, let's do it this way. Everyone, go back and sleep. We don't have to care about what happens outside. As long as we keep the people calm and defend the city, don't panic and don't rush, we'll win. Unfortunately, he thought too much. There were many times when you couldn't even pretend to be a coward. At around 10:00 at night, more than 100 messenger crows flew to Yuan Kai one after another. All of them were telling the same news. This afternoon, the Dragon Queen led an army of 50,000 to attack Mirene. We are finished. Chapter 152. They could not hold on any longer. They could not even sleep. In the wee hours of the morning, a group of virtuous lords crawled out of their beds like frightened chicks and rushed to the virtuous lord's pyramid. How is this possible? Last night, we were still discussing with her about ransoming the captives. At that time, there were still 50,000 people in the camp. Even if dragons can fly, even if. Sigh, it's 250 kilometers from Yuankai to Mirin. There are so many manors and merchants along the way. Are they all blind? Also, how could an army of 50,000 run 250 kilometers in 3 days? They've already marched 600 kilometers in a hurry. The virtuous lord sat on a wooden chair covered with a blanket. He looked at the generals around him in despair, hoping that a wise man would step forward to answer his questions. There were many generals and famous generals present. The ragged prince had 30 years of military experience. Grazidan graduated from the famous military academy, and was the war god of Yuankai for 10 years. The warship captain had traversed the 4 seas and fought countless battles. Even Zidane, who had the least experience, had served in the Bravo's army for 5 years and was the captain of a cavalry regiment for 3 of those years. However, they couldn't figure out a simple question: how did we lose? Let's think about it. In the end, it was Yazan who spoke. Yazan was once the wisest person in Yuankai. Together with the war god Grazidan, they were known as the 2 heroes of Yuankai. However, Grazidan was luckier. He developed steadily and had a bright future ahead of him. When Yazan was young, his mind was more flexible. Because he was too smart, he had been trying to explore the unknown world and find the truth between heaven and earth. Yazan went to Sothros, opposite Ursos, to explore and was infected with a strange disease. He went from a promising hero to a paralyzed dung man who could not control his lower body. But even if his body was crippled, he still used his wisdom to earn endless wealth and became the richest man in Yuankai. During the negotiation last night, there were 50,000 people in the Mother of Dragons camp? Yazan looked at Zidane. Yes. Zidane nodded. Counting the chimneys? Yazan frowned. Not only the number of bonfires, I also compared the number of tents and soldiers in the camp with the size of the entire camp. I used a few different estimation methods and the conclusion was the same 50,000 people, Zidane explained. Yazan looked at Danzo and asked, "Are you sure you saw the Mother of Dragons in person? Can this be faked? She has silver hair and purple eyes. She's very pretty. More importantly, she gives off the aura of a queen," Danzo said with a frown. He was an old man, experienced and knowledgeable, and was also a poet. His education level was very high, so he would not make a mistake in his judgment. Azan said thoughtfully, "Maybe the Megalosaurus could." Wait, Grazidan stepped forward and stared at Danzo. He asked in surprise, "You saw that woman's face?" "I'm not blind." "Of course I saw his face." Danzo was baffled. "She did not wear a helmet?" asked Grazidan. "What's wrong with her? It's late at night, and she's in her own tent. Why is she wearing a giant helmet?" Danzo was even more confused. "Who's with her?" "Red-haired Lara from the Rose Regiment and a few unsullied." "Sigh, the last time she negotiated with us, she was wearing a helmet. The Royal Guards and the Blood Alliance Guards were present. You might have met an actress with great acting skills." A great lord of Milin lamented at the side. He was one of the leaders of the 10-man alliance. He was as lucky as Grazidan and managed to escape back to Yuankai. This. The poop man Yazan was stunned. What a cunning mother of dragons. The ragged prince rubbed his temples tiredly and asked, "What's with the extra 50,000 people?" The Mother of Dragons was so good at commanding troops that she could take down Milin in an instant. It seemed that the day she controlled Slave Bay was not far away. He was afraid that he would never get the yellow silk cloak he was looking forward to. To get Pentos, he would have to deal with the cunning Illyrio. But how would he convince the fat spice merchant? How troublesome. Grazidan did not immediately answer the question of the leader of the Wind Regiment. Instead, he flipped through the letters from Milin. Everyone's expression was heavy as they waited for the think tank's analysis. The palace was completely silent. Only the sound of Yazan flipping the paper and the intermittent "Puchi, Guji" from his butt could be heard. 45 great lords, 78 great nobles, and great merchants all swore that the Mother of Dragons brought an army of 50,000 people to Milin, and all of them were elites. They were not slaves in disguise. Azin put down the letter and rubbed Sweetheart's thigh with his thick fingers. Sweetheart was shy, but she endured it in silence. In the evening, when the Mother of Dragons' army entered the city, there were even many people counting the torches. A total of 45,000 people entered the Great Pyramid. Yes, the Mother of Dragons personally took down the Great Pyramid of Milin with 3 dragons and obtained countless food and gold. Originating from the Old Gai's Empire, Milin, Yuan Kai, and Astapor each had the largest pyramid, called the Great Pyramid. It was the administrative and military center of the city. For example, Mourinho was the leader of the people, the great sage, because the Daznak family controlled the Great Pyramid of Yuan Kai. In terms of wealth, Mourinho Daznak was not even in the top 3. He was not as rich as the god of war Graz, Dan. Since it has been confirmed that there are at least 45,000 people in Milin, then outside our city. Graz, Dan's thin face suddenly turned red as if he had been greatly humiliated. He shouted, "This is too much. There are not many people outside our city at all. The camp is empty." Then what is the dense crowd that the spy saw? Zidane was puzzled. The camp is fake. The Mother of Dragons is also fake. Naturally, the soldiers inside may also be fake. This is an ingenious deception. Azin's eyes flashed as if he had seen through all the mysteries. He said with certainty, "I am sure that among the 3 camps in front, middle, and back of the Mother of Dragons, only the back camp 13 kilometers away is real. There may be siege weapons and thousands of guards hidden in it." "Why do you say that?" Graz was puzzled. "Do you think that the Mother of Dragons is only satisfied with taking down Milin?" Azin said lightly. "Hiss." Everyone was horrified. Graz, Dan gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "So, she knows that after taking down Milin, we will definitely receive news from the great lords. She knows that we will know the truth of her camp today. She knows that her trick can't be hidden anymore. She simply withdrew her forces and moved all the power and siege weapons to the back camp. So, even if we find out that we have fallen into a trap, we can't take down the back camp in a short time. When that woman brings food from Milin, Yuan Kai will be finished. What should we do now? That woman is too scary. She has almost calculated everything." A fat young lord was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. "She has 3 megalosaurus and more soldiers than us. Why doesn't she follow the tradition and fight us head-on and have a legendary siege battle? She is stronger than us and is so smart. This is too much of a bully. How can we play this game?" Sigh, when the news of the battle in Slave Bay spread, Danny Rise will become a legend. And we will be fools who serve as a foil for the legendary hero. When the story of the Dragon Queen is passed down through the ages, some of us will be laughed at countless times by the children who listen to their nannies talk about the past. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, sigh. Azin said dejectedly. Bam! Graz, Dan, who was destined to be one of those, some of us, slammed the table and roared with a twisted face, "No, I don't want to be a laughing stock. We have to do something. What can we do now? Wait for the Dragon Queen to surround us with 100,000 soldiers. With her power, it is too easy for her to recruit 50,000 slave soldiers in Milin," Azin said dejectedly. I want to vent my anger on the thousands of soldiers in her camp. I want to pull out the nail she left in Yuan Kai, Graz, Dan said as he stood up and walked out. Wait, it is too late now. Don't fall into that woman's ambush, the great virtuous lord shouted. Graz, Dan looked back at the frightened virtuous lords and mercenaries in the palace and said calmly, "If you fall into an ambush, then die in an ambush. You, Graz, Dan raised his hand to interrupt the great virtuous lord and said, I will only bring the people of the Uraz family out of the city. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked away in big strides. The ragged prince looked at his straight back and muttered, he is a warrior. No, he is the war god Yuan Kai. The great virtuous lord said with a sorrowful expression. Although this war god is unlucky to have met the dragon queen who shocked the world, Aizen murmured. He couldn't help but think of himself. Back then, the Yuan Kai twin heroes were so heroic and heroic. Now, one of them had become a paralyzed person who couldn't even urinate or defecate, while the other had become a war god who was always defeated. Tragic, 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 could it be that the heavens are jealous of the talents? Aizen thought in self-pity. No one was in the mood to go home and sleep. They stayed in the great virtuous lord's palace and prepared to send war god Graz Dan off. Report, about 3 hours later, at around 2:00 in the morning, a man in a yellow silk cloak covered in blood staggered into the hall. He panted heavily and said emotionally, Report, report. Great sage, Grazadin, the general, sigh, no need to say more. I understand. Mourinho, who was sitting at the oval conference table, waved his hand and interrupted the other party. Help the general tidy up his appearance. I will see him tomorrow morning. Ah. The man in the yellow silk cloak looked up and said in shock, Great virtuous lord, what are you talking about? What? The great virtuous lord was also stunned. Graz Dan led 500 cavalrymen and wiped out thousands of enemies. He set fire to more than 10 miles away, killed countless enemies, burned countless enemy supplies, and even saved 500 captives. Great virtuous lord, we have won a great victory. Everyone was dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost. After a while, the ragged prince came back to his senses and asked, the enemy didn't set up an ambush? Sigh, the enemy didn't have enough manpower to set up an ambush. I heard from Miss Maris that the Dragon Queen purposely used the empty fort stratagem to scare us, the man in the yellow silk cloak said with a smile. Maris was saved too. Danzo was shocked. The soldier said, the captives were gagged and tied to the front camp as targets for the empty fort stratagem. Not only were the mercenaries saved, but the hundreds of our brothers who were lost were also saved. Empty fort stratagem? What an empty fort stratagem! Our army of tens of thousands was scared for 3 days. 3 days that cost us our lives. Aizen smiled bitterly. Although he still couldn't figure out how the enemy led an exhausted army of 50,000 and traveled 250 kilometers in 3 days, he more or less understood how they lost the war. How did Maris know about the Mother of Dragons' empty fort stratagem? The ragged prince asked. That Lila. A knight under the Mother of Dragons told her. The other party thought that there was no need to hide this from the captives. Because they knew that the Mother of Dragons would definitely win, there were even a dozen mercenaries who turned to the Mother of Dragons on the spot. I see. The great virtuous lord nodded. He also understood what kind of people mercenaries were always on the side of the victor. The Mother of Dragons used this method to recruit the captives was considered smart. What else did Maris say? Danzo asked. Miss Maris said that the empty fort stratagem was very clever. If we were smart enough, we would definitely fall for it and not dare to act rashly. However, the empty fort stratagem is completely ineffective against boors and idiots, the man in the yellow silk cloak said proudly. Great virtuous lord, the ragged prince, Aizen. Chapter 153. The next morning, the burned fences were scattered on the yellow mud. Wisps of white smoke rose from the hot black charcoal, carrying a choking smell and a disgusting stench. It spread into the thin mist on the outskirts of Yuankai City. Through the fog, he could vaguely see groups of yellow silk capes searching for something on the ground. He could also vaguely hear the rustling of footsteps and the sound of hushed voices talking. Soon, the first ray of golden sunlight broke through the white mist, bringing warmth and light to the ravaged land, and also gave the Guy's generals a wide and clear vision outside the camp. The scorched marks stretched for 10 kilometers. Except for the first kilometer, the land behind was relatively empty and clean. There was only an orderly row of black spots, like the scar on a monk's head. They were all traces of bonfires. Sigh, it's obvious that most of the space in the front and middle camps does not even have tents. The countless bonfires are naturally not the stoves of the soldiers. Well, empty stoves. General Grazadin, we have been fooled by a clever little trick. The Prince of Ragged Clothes sat tall and straight on the high saddle. His voice was loud and clear, and everyone in the field could hear him clearly. He was riding on a tall and sturdy gray warhorse. The two hind legs of the gray warhorse were dragging countless strips of cloth. They were all sewn from the enemy's robes after the commander had personally killed them. Prince, we need victory. At this special moment when Myrine has fallen, our soldiers need victory to rebuild their confidence. Grazadin said in a low voice. We all understand the importance of morale, so we did not expose your lies. The Prince of Ragged Clothes looked around and also lowered his voice. The soldiers in the city wantonly proclaimed your great achievements, burning 20 miles of camp, killing 10,000 enemies with 500 elite Guy's cavalry, and the Mother of Dragons remaining 3,000 unsullied being besieged by Yuan-Kai's army. Ahem, the rear camp is indeed surrounded by us. Grazadin's old face turned red as he said unnaturally. 500 cavalry besieging 1,500 unsullied and 2,500 militia. The Ragged Prince glanced at war god Yuan Kai and said indifferently, the truth is that you killed and burned 10,000 scarecrows, 47 mercenaries, and 364 Guy's guards last night. If it weren't for the fact that you only brought 500 men with you, the 900 plus captives tied up in the front camp would have all died. At least this time, we've finally figured out the enemy's true strength. The morale of the people of Yuan Kai has also been boosted, and we've regained our confidence in defeating that woman. The war god straightened his neck and said. So, we must take the rear camp? Zidane asked. Of course. Glaston said seriously, that woman will lead the army and countless provisions back to Yuan Kai at any time, so we can't besiege the rear camp for a long time. However, if we leave the rear camp alone, not only will our morale suffer a great blow, it will also increase the arrogance of the enemy. The soldiers and siege weapons in the enemy camp will all be used by that woman. The Ragged Prince nodded in agreement. From a tactical point of view, Yuan Kai and the Mother of Dragons will have a head-on battle sooner or later. We should take advantage of the fact that the enemy's main force is not here to take down some of her elite soldiers. I think that when the Mother of Dragons returns and sees the heads of 1,500 unsullied on both sides of the road, she will definitely be angry and lose her rationality. Marie's and Danzo's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. They never thought that their commander would use such a ruthless method to deal with the Mother of Dragons. They had signed a contract before. The wind-blowing group could stay in Yuan Kai, but they had to work and not put in any effort. They couldn't be stained with the blood of the Mother of Dragons soldiers. What happened to the commander? The two were puzzled. Ha ha ha, that's it. The 50,000 slaves didn't disturb her state of mind, but the 4,000 heads of her soldiers must have made her furious. Whether she truly cherishes her soldiers or wants to protect the reputation of the legendary god of war from being tarnished, she will definitely not be able to maintain her cold state of mind. If she makes a mistake in the chaos, we will have a chance to win, Glasden laughed. Your Excellency is wise. You have completely grasped that woman's thoughts, a general of Gith praised. Of course, I am also a god of war. Glasden looked up at the rising red sun in the east, looking like a lonely hero. Only heroes can understand heroes. Although she and I are enemies, I have to admit that both of us are lonely people. How can we not be lonely when we are at the top of the world? In the past few decades, I have experienced thousands of battles, big and small, and returned victorious every time. I am lonely and proud. So, after the defeat at Baiyang Slope that day, my state of mind was almost crazy to the point of collapse. I couldn't calm down for a long time. Such a state of mind caused me to make mistakes in judgment in the following days, until the great and sacred victory last night. The Prince of Ragged Clothes said with a straight face, "I have a big slap in the face, do you want to eat it?" Glasden, who had finally defeated the Dragon Queen once and was about to defeat her a second time, did not notice the constipated expressions of the people around him. He said with emotion, "I can understand her feelings the most. After winning several battles in a row, she must be proud and proud. But as long as she suffers a major setback, it will be like falling from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the valley, and there will be no chance for her to rise again. Your Excellency, the enemy's army is not small, more than 4,000 people, and 1,500 of them are unsullied. I am afraid that we will not be able to take them down in a short period of time." Maris could not help but interject. "Humph, we have 2,000 elites in the wind-blowing group. Can't we take down 1,000 unsullied?" The Prince of Ragged Clothes glanced at the interrogator expressionlessly, then looked at Glasden and said, "How many troops does Your Excellency intend to send?" "All of them. All of them." The virtuous lord put his palms on the table and shouted, "Glasden, are you crazy? Our goal is to protect Yuan Kai. If you bring all your troops out of the city, what about Yuan Kai?" "Virtuous lord, please listen to my analysis." This time, Glasden, who had a draft in mind, systematically explained the psychology of the ever-victorious war god to all the virtuous lords and great generals present. Seeing that everyone seemed to understand, he concluded, "Perhaps her state of mind is stronger than mine, but she is only 15 years old, and she has just miraculously defeated Mireen. How can she not be angry when she suddenly sees the heads of 4,000 of her trusted soldiers? Don't forget the Targaryen family's mad blood, Jean. When she goes crazy, we will have a chance to win. Is there something wrong with your head?" Azen stared with his yellow eyes and shouted, "If the city is breached, the Dragon Queen, who has been provoked by you, will probably slaughter everyone in the city." Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their expressions became hesitant. The virtuous lord suddenly said, "That's fine." "What?" "Glasden, 15,000 newly formed Gith militia will remain in the city. They are new recruits and are good enough to defend the city, but they are not qualified to fight in the field. You can bring 10,000 gladiators, 10,000 Gith warriors, and 3,500 mercenaries out of the city. The remaining 1,500 mercenaries will cooperate with the new Gith soldiers to defend the city. I only have one request, kill all the unsullied." The virtuous lord looked at war god Yuan Kai and said word by word through gritted teeth. His expression was cold and resolute. "Mourinho, are you crazy?" Azen said in disbelief. "It's not that I'm crazy, it's you, all of you." The virtuous lord pointed his right index finger at Azen, then glanced at all the virtuous lords and great generals. "You seem to have forgotten one thing. We have already killed 50,000 slaves. Based on the way she dealt with Astapor, after Yuan Kai falls, almost all the men in our family will be executed. This is the worst outcome. No matter how crazy she is, can she kill us 2 or 3 times? This." Even Azen was silent. After a long while, he smiled bitterly. "I told you not to be so ruthless. Yuan Kai and Astapor are different. You, sigh, it's too late to say anything now. Glasden, are you confident that you can take down the 4,000 people camp in a day?" War god Yuan Kai waved his hand domineeringly and said proudly, "No need for a day. With my absolute strength, you will see my messenger before dark today." Messenger, it was only 3:00 in the afternoon, and all the virtuous lords and great generals were sitting in the hall in a daze. A man wearing a yellow silk cloak rushed up from the bottom of the pyramid. "Oh, so fast." The slave masters all stood up and looked at the palace gate with joy. The virtuous lord took a few steps forward and shouted from afar, are you General Glasden's messenger? I am. The man wearing the yellow silk cloak's face was red, and he was sweating. The intense running almost made him breathless. Very well, I understand. The virtuous lord turned around, raised his hands, and shouted, Congratulations to war god Yuan Kai, Glasden. Glasden, Glasden. War god Glasden. The virtuous lords, great generals, commander guys, and the man wearing the yellow silk cloak all raised their hands and cheered enthusiastically. Even the poop man Yazan reluctantly raised his right hand and lamented to sweetheart beside him, although I don't like that guy, Grazadin is also worthy of his great name. He's strong, fearless, unyielding, and quick-witted. He's one of the few famous generals in Yuan Kai for the past 1,000 years. He's the war god Yuan Kai's pillar that holds up the sky. Oh, Glasden was the name of a great general of the Gai's empire. God of war Dan. Gradually, even the guards outside the pyramid began to shout. Everyone saw Glasden leading tens of thousands of soldiers out of the city and knew what he was going to do. Hearing such cheers from the Great Pyramid in the center of the city, the citizens naturally knew that war god Glasden had defeated the evil mother of dragons again. Thus, the cheers of war god Glasden echoed throughout the city. Yuan Kai City was immersed in a sea of joy. Young men in toga robes even walked on the streets and danced with unfamiliar girls on the streets. Wah! Amidst the joyous laughter, the messenger suddenly burst into tears. The virtuous lord was stunned at first, but he immediately understood. Although Glasden had won the battle, the other side had 1,500 unsullied. This young man must have had family members who died on the battlefield. Sigh, don't cry. Dying for Yuan Kai is the best ending for the son of the harpy, he comforted. Wah! The man wearing the yellow silk cloak cried even harder. Look, this child. The virtuous lord smiled and said to the virtuous lord beside him, he lacks experience. He should learn from our iron-blooded war god. Virtuous lord, mother of dragons is here. We are doomed. General Glasden is going to be wiped out again. The messenger cried. Chapter 154. Around 9 in the morning, the god of war Dan received authorization from the joint meeting of the virtuous lords and began to gather all the soldiers in the city. At around 11, Yuan Kai's soldiers had a sumptuous lunch and rested for half an hour. They left Yuan Kai's east gate at 12:30. Mirin sent 10,000 yellow silk capes, 10,000 gladiator slaves, and 2,000 members of the wind-blowing group. Later, the Gai's alliance's fleet brought in a dozen unknown mercenary groups, adding another 2,000 mercenaries. As Yuan Kai Plains was scorched, countless slaves and farmers were killed, and a large number of manor owners moved into Yuan Kai. The virtuous lord also took 15,000 Gai's men from the manor owners' families and let them wear yellow silk capes. In addition to the huge alliance's fleet, in his extreme state, Yuan Kai's forces were actually very strong. Under normal circumstances, the Gai's alliance army was not afraid of sieging Dani. At 1 in the afternoon, Dan led 23,500 infantry and cavalry to the front camp entrance 5 kilometers away. Without any delay, they stepped into the front camp, passed through the middle camp, and rushed to the rear camp 10 kilometers away energetically. Don't worry, they can't escape. I've already sent 2,000 light cavalry to guard there. Dan smiled as he comforted the ragged prince. How can 2,000 light cavalry stop 1,500 unsullied? Danzo frowned. For some reason, ever since he walked out of the city gate, he felt a sense of uneasiness. Even though the scouts at the front had reported many times that the rear camp was normal, with no ambushes or dragons, suddenly, the warrior poet's gaze focused. He pointed to the trench on the left that stretched to the east and asked, "Did you notice that the trench on the left and right is a little strange? It seems to have widened." "Is it?" Dan looked around and smiled. It's narrower, right? The Northern Liberation Army's camp was located 5 kilometers northeast of Yuan Kai. The front, middle, and rear camps continued for 10 kilometers northeast. Based on the terrain, the width of the camps was not uniform. If one was riding a dragon and looked down from above, Yuan Kai Plains would look like a black and green dinner plate. Black burnt farmland, green wilderness, and green forest. In Yuan Kai City, there were meat buns on one side of the plate. In Danny's camp, there was a twisted fried dough stick on the other side. A deep and wide gully was dug on both sides of the youtiao. The yellow soil that was dug out piled up a 1-meter-high slope on the outside. On the inside, there was a sparse wooden fence surrounding the camp. I'm talking about the distance between the ravines. The width of the camp has increased, Danzo said. The Mother of Dragons built the camp according to the terrain, and the width has been changing all the time, the scarred man on the other side of the tall horse said indifferently. His name was Cargo, and he was a tall, middle-aged man of mixed blood. He was a mix of Dothraki and Bravos. Like Danzo, he was also the deputy commander of the Windblown Gang. One of them was a scholar, while the other was a warrior. Together, they assisted the Ragged Prince. But Danzo's face flushed red, but he did not know what to say. In truth, he did not know what he was trying to say. After a while he muttered, "We ought to fill in those 2 ditches. Sai, have you gone senile? That's a huge project. We'll need the entire army, but where do we have the time? The army didn't even bring any rations. The virtuous lord still wants to go back to the city for dinner." Cargo said impatiently. A huge project. Danzo's mind seemed to explode 4 times. He was in a daze. There's a problem. There's a problem with the ravines outside the camp. He shouted like he had gone mad. What's the problem? The Ragged Prince was alarmed. He leaned over and asked. There are only about 4,000 people in the rear camp. How did they dig such a long and deep ravine? The old general said with a face full of fear. Oh, this. A mercenary beside him said awkwardly, we dug it. What? Everyone looked at him. Lucifer Lang, what do you mean? Danzo asked hurriedly. The mercenary named Lucifer was in his 40s. He was muscular and wore armor similar to Jorah Mormont's. Yes, he obtained the armor before Uluin Valeglia's armor. He was a knight in heavy armor. The knight scratched his bald head and smiled bitterly. After we were captured, other than Maurice, all the other mercenaries and Guy's soldiers were forced to dig the ravines overnight. I told the supervisor that I'm also from the Westeros like Maurice, and I'm a baron from the north, but... Danzo interrupted him impatiently. Are you sure you 900 people only used 2 days to dig a ravine more than 20 kilometers wide? We weren't the only ones digging. The Mother of Dragons had tens of thousands of people digging with us. They finished more than half of the project in the middle of the night. The rest was handed over to our captives. That doesn't make sense. Aren't the Mother of Dragons soldiers tired? They just finished a rapid march of 600 kilometers, worked hard for half the night, and continued to rush to Meereen the next morning. Are they all made of iron? Danzo was confused. The Ragged Prince pointed at Grazadon, who was loudly giving orders to the soldiers not far away, and said lightly, Danzo, go to the flank and adjust the formation of the shield bearers and archers. When the slave infantrymen at the rear arrive, immediately launch an attack. This. Danzo was stunned. He stopped the knight from the north who was leaving and asked, it's common sense to dig a ravine outside the camp, but it's usually a small canal to prevent the camp from accumulating water in the storm. The Mother of Dragons ravine is almost as wide as a stream. Why? Hey, are you confused? Other than dredging rainwater, the ravine also serves as a defense against the enemy. You'll understand when you see it. It's not only wide, it's also very deep. Lucifer said casually. This made sense. Danzo smiled bitterly and waved his hand to let the knight leave. Old, or scared by the mother of dragons? Danzo muttered to himself and began to command the army to get into formation. At around 2:30 in the afternoon, Yuan Kai's army got into formation. On the ground more than a kilometer wide, 10,000 gladiators were in front. They only had a leather vest, a short sword, and a wooden shield. 1,000 shield bearers were behind the gladiators, followed by 1,000 spearmen. 4,000 soldiers in yellow silk cloaks had scimitars at their waists and longbows in their hands. There were 6,000 light and heavy cavalry on both sides. The reason why Grazidan dared to boast that he could take down the rear camp in half a day was because of the 10,000 gladiators that were escorted from Myrine. He planned to use them as cannon fodder. Obviously, when the news of the Mother of Dragons liberating Myrine came, the gladiator slaves would become the biggest unstable factor in Yuan Kai's army. It was better to recycle them. Untie the shackles of the gladiators. Grazidan, who was dressed in silver armor, shouted. Oh, I have to explain here. When the slave soldiers went to the battlefield, they also had to wear shackles. But as the Dragon Queen and Dany's reputation as the liberator of the slaves became more and more famous, the wise lord was afraid that the gladiators would betray him. So, he chained the 5 gladiators together. The 2 ends of the shackles were locked on the left leg of one gladiator and the right leg of another gladiator. In this way, the 10,000 slaves could be chained together. They could not escape even if they wanted to. Of course, if they were chained together, they would not be able to fight. In a battle to defend the city, the slaves needed to hold on and not run away. Therefore, chaining the 5 gladiators together increased the stability. But now, they were not defending the city. Grazidan needed them to rush forward and display the gladiators' individual combat ability. So, he needed to reduce their burden. Oh, with only one leg dragging the shackles, they could use footwork skills in a small area, but they could not run for long. 500 meters in front of the gate of the rear camp, Grazidan rode on a red horse and looked down at the gladiators who were squatting on the ground and rubbing their ankles. He shouted, "If you win today's battle, each of you will get a barrel of wine, 5 pounds of meat, and 2 bed slaves." He could not promise the gladiators freedom. Otherwise, why would the Guy's Alliance and the Dragon Queen fight to the death? The gladiators ignored Grazidan's words and focused on warming up. Seeing that his words did not have any effect, Grazidan frowned and shouted again, "An unsullied's head, 50 gold radiance coins. An ordinary soldier, 10 silver radiance coins. As long as you survive, even if you are not beheaded, each of you will get at least 5 silver radiance coins." This time, the gladiators reacted. They raised their heads and stared at the wise lord. "I swear. I will fulfill my promise." Grazidan pulled out the scimitar at his waist and swore. Bam, 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 the 10,000 slaves slapped the shields in their hands and shouted, "Long live the wise lord! Long live the god of war Grazidan!" The excited gladiators seemed to have forgotten that the person they were about to face was the person who was trying to save them. "Prince, why?" Looking at the slaves who were gradually going crazy, Danzo quietly asked his captain. Although it was a little abrupt, the Prince of Ragged Clothes understood his old partner too well. A cold glint flashed across the gray-haired old man's eyes. He said coldly, "Because that woman lied to me. The person who signed the contract with you was not Dany Liz Targaryen. Tell me, does that contract still have any meaning?" Danzo was speechless. The Prince of Ragged Clothes understood him, and he understood the old captain's personality very well. He could not stand people lying to him. Ho ho thud thud. Ho ho thud thud. The 10,000 gladiators bent their backs and approached the camp step by step. Every time they shouted, they would swing their short swords and hit their shields twice. The Unsullied behind the fence of the camp were in a neat formation. They did not react to the gladiator slaves' provocation. When the gladiators were 50 meters away from the camp, Grazidan waved his hand and roared, "Kill, thud 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 thud." The sound of war drums echoed throughout the camp. Creak! At the moment when the 20,000 warriors were at their climax, the gate of the camp suddenly opened. Under everyone's gaze, the unsullied in the front row behind the gate moved to the left and right. Hiss! A ferocious black dragon crawled up from the ground and roared at the sky. Grazidan, the prince of ragged clothes, 10,000 gladiator slaves, ha, ha, ha. The gladiators closest to the gate made meaningless sounds. In the end, they roared as if they had a mental breakdown. Dragon. Mother of dragons. Thud, thud, thud. Blackie walked with heavy steps. Every step he took rumbled as he walked toward the gladiators who were standing there in a daze. Mother of dragons. It's true, Danzo's eyes widened. He stared at the silver-haired woman on the black dragon's back in a daze. There was no doubt that the only person who could control a black dragon was the Dragon Queen. She was the queen they saw 2 nights ago. Under the sunlight, her silver blonde hair was so dazzling. They could even see the sly smile on the girl's face. It was as if she was asking, "Are you surprised to see me?" She has been waiting for us to leave the city. In the scorching afternoon, the prince of ragged clothes broke out in cold sweat. The god of war Grazidan wanted to cry. Fuck. Chapter 155. I am the mother of dragons, the liberator of the slaves. Dany rode the black dragon and stopped 10 meters away from the gladiator whose lower body was swaying. She was possessed by the dragon's soul in the form of a dragon spirit. Her voice was like a dragon's roar. Slave, are you going to point your sword at me? The few slaves who were closest to the gate of the camp felt that the Dragon Queen's voice was filled with endless majesty. Their minds were in a daze. Clang, clang, clang. A dozen gladiators who were intimidated by the dragon's might dropped their short swords and shields. They knelt on the ground and shouted in a trembling voice, "Long live the mother of dragons! Long live Queen Dany!" It was as if a domino had been pushed down. From near to far, it was as if a hurricane had blown across the wheat fields. 10,000 gladiators knelt in a row and kowtowed. Mother of dragons! Mother of dragons! Misha, Misha! Before the Giscali soldiers could recover from the shock of Dany's appearance and the betrayal of the gladiators, they were shocked to hear a monstrous sound coming from both sides of the camp. Then, groups of soldiers holding white, red, and blue flags suddenly appeared on the mound outside the trenches like groundhogs that crawled out from the ground. Rumble. Then, there was the thunderous sound of horse hooves outside the camp. The low mound and the densely packed spearmen and shield men blocked Grazidan's and the others' sight. However, the rumbling of horse hooves and flying dust outside the camp all told one thing: the Mother of Dragon's army had surrounded them for no reason. In just a few minutes, the situation had changed. Grazidan, who had come back to his senses a few times, was shocked again. Misha, Misha, Misha. The Giscali language with the meaning of mother rumbled among the slaves again and again. It was like a sound wave attack. The slaves in yellow silk cloaks behind them were scared out of their wits. Involuntarily, they began to retreat step by step. Boom! The wall of the camp behind Dany suddenly collapsed. Countless armored cavalrymen rushed out. Kill! Dany drew her sword and shouted. Kill! The thousands of cavalrymen behind him and the soldiers on both sides roared in unison. The gladiator, who had just surrendered, was almost scared to death when he saw the cavalry charging at him. I've already surrendered, and called out, Misha. Why would the Mother of Dragons still want to kill me? Then, Dany shouted again, Gladiators, follow me to kill the yellow silk cloaks and the iron armor mercenaries. Kill the yellow silk capes, kill the iron armor mercenaries. Thousands of foot soldiers and cavalry followed the Dragon Queen's lead and shouted. Kill the yellow silk cloak. Kill the iron armor mercenaries. Gladiator came to his senses and roared as well. They picked up their shields and short swords and joined the charge. The cavalry that came out of the camp did not gallop. Instead, they slowly walked past the gladiators and forced their way towards the Gith shield formation that was at a loss. Shoot! Shoot! Kill all the slaves! Grazadon howled from the back of the archers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Subconsciously following their commander's order, the 4,000 archers shot out weak arrows, causing screams in the crowd of gladiators and clanking sounds when the arrows hit the iron armor of the cavalrymen who were closing in. There were also 2 or 3 unlucky ones whose eyes were pierced by the arrows and fell from their horses while howling. But that was it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 2 ceramic incendiary bombs that weighed more than 50 kilograms fell from the sky and smashed into the archers' formation, creating 2 empty spaces with a radius of 10 meters. Then, 2 flames rose from the ground with black smoke billowing out. The dense formation of archers was like wheat in the field. They were blown away by the 2 circles of flames. 40 to 50 archers were struck by the explosive incendiary bombs and died on the spot. There were also hundreds of yellow silk capes that were ignited. They looked like hundreds of human-shaped torches as they ran in all directions without any sense of direction. Almost half of the archers that could have dealt great damage to Dany's army had collapsed. Not many soldiers actually died under the incendiary bombs. The total number of casualties was less than 200. However, the scene was too horrifying. Their formation was instantly disrupted. Even though Grazadon and the generals were unafraid of death at the front line to stabilize the formation, there were still the 2 dragons. Dany and the black dragon attracted everyone's attention. They forgot that the green dragon and the white dragon had not appeared yet. The 2 dragons each carried an incendiary bomb and circled in the sky. Because the archers and shield-bearers kept retreating, the 2 dragons had to adjust their aim. When Grazadon stabilized the shield-bearers' formation and the archers fired a volley of arrows, the 2 dragons dropped their missiles. After dropping the bombs, the bombers immediately transformed into combat fighters. Hiss-gaw, hiss-gaw, while the archers were in chaos, the 2 dragons drew a beautiful arc in the air above the shield-bearers' formation, leaving 2 trails of fire behind. 2 gaps appeared in the shield-bearers' formation. Charge! Dany led the way on the black dragon. Blackie was like a clumsy penguin. It ran on the ground with a rumble. Beside it were 500 elite knights of the Queen's Guard led by Kue Luo. Blackie had transformed from a combat fighter to a light cavalry. Hiss-gaw boom! Blackie's dragon flames created a 3rd gap in the scattered shield-bearers' formation. It was like 3 huge holes in a dam blocking a flood. Thousands of cavalry broke through in one wave. The 1,000 shield-bearers of Gith were drowned by the flood of cavalry. The 1,000 spearmen behind the shields were like defenseless chickens. They struggled and were scattered by the cavalry. Then, they were surrounded by the 10,000 gladiators who came after them. Without the protection of the shield-bearers and spearmen, the 3,000 archers who had already fallen into chaos completely collapsed. The black dragon ran and spat fire all the way. How could the archers, who only wore a layer of leather armor, not collapse? When the Gith infantry formation was pierced through by Dany's heavy-armored cavalry, they were not harassed by the enemy's light cavalry. They also did not face the enemy's heavy cavalry head-on. Yes, the 6,000 cavalry all ran away. Even if they were frightened by Dany's dazzling appearance, even if they were surrounded by countless soldiers, even if the gladiators defected to the Mother of Dragons, even if, in the beginning, the cavalry commander and the mercenary corps were prepared to grit their teeth and fight that cunning woman to the death. After all, they were also human. They were men and proud old mercenaries. They were played like monkeys by a 15-year-old girl. Even if they knew that fighting head-on would not end well. But their pride still drove them to stabilize their formation. They waited for their shield-bearers to block the enemy's first wave of cavalry. They lowered the speed of their horses. If the speed of the horses was low, the impact would be small. It was equivalent to the cavalry going up the slope being more advantageous to the cavalry going down the slope. But the two fiery incendiary bombs were like two pails of cold water poured over the heads of the knights. Especially when the two dragons swept past at a low altitude at high speed, the warhorses nearby could not help but run wildly. How could they fight? Run. What, you said pride? Is the Dragon Queen an ordinary woman? Isn't it natural to lose to the Dragon Queen? Zidane was the first to run with his new Second Sons Regiment. Damn, with such an inauspicious regiment name, how could I not run? If I fell into the hands of the Dragon Queen and she misunderstood that I was the illegitimate son of the Titan's illegitimate son, wouldn't I be tied up and fed to the dragons? Once the new Second Sons Regiment ran, a few small mercenary corps with only 100 people immediately followed. The ragged prince sighed to the sky and also retreated with the 1,000 overriders of the windblown regiment. Under the chain reaction, General Guise could only follow and run for his life. Even the war god of Yuan Kai, Grazadon, saw that there was no way to reverse the situation. He shouted, "Preserve our strength and protect Yuan Kai. Everyone, retreat." Then he ran away. In your dreams. Danny smiled coldly and patted Big Black's neck. Big Black then ran a few steps and jumped into the sky with a kick. Danny's action of riding the dragon into the sky was a signal that could temporarily end the battle. Kneel and surrender. Those who surrender will not be killed. The cavalry and the infantrymen on both sides shouted in unison. Kneel down and surrender. If you surrender, you will be spared. The newly joined gladiators imitated them and shouted with pride and pride. The sandwich formation of the archers, spearmen, and shield-bearers was already broken. After being penetrated by thousands of cavalry several times, the Guise soldiers fled like headless flies. At this time, they heard the tsunami-like voices urging them to surrender. Surrender. Save me, mother, I don't want to die. A Guise youth with a broken leg whispered with a pale face. Clang. An archer next to him dropped the machete in his hand and knelt on the ground. He held the back of his head with both hands and shouted with a sobbing voice, "Surrender. I surrender." Clang, ping pang, ding dang. The sound of weapons being thrown to the ground rang out continuously. Rows of soldiers seemed to have lost their spines as they collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen as they shouted, "I surrender." Danny drove Blackie to fly around the battlefield. After making sure that all the soldiers had surrendered, she shouted to Ago on the ground, "Let the civilians come over to clean up the battlefield and take captives. Cavalry regiment, unsullied, follow me." Under Ago's order, the elite, shield-bearers and spearmen standing outside the trenches on both sides of the camp immediately threw away the weapons in their hands, dragged a long wooden board from behind, put it on the trenches, and hurried to the battlefield. They are just civilians. Civilians disguised as elite infantrymen. The Guise infantry commander who was kneeling on the ground was stunned at first, then fear. There were only a few thousand cavalry and 1,500 unsullied here. Where did the tens of thousands of elite infantrymen of the Mother of Dragons go? They couldn't be in Myrine, right? This, the white flag unsullied, the red flag guards, the blue flag wings of liberty. What's going on? Zidane, who had galloped for 10 kilometers, pulled on his warhorse and looked at the orderly formation of shield-bearers and archers on the hills ahead, and the flags in front of the formation fluttering in the wind. He was completely stunned. Why is this happening? We saw 40 to 50,000 along the way. Just as he said this, he suddenly shouted, "Oh, the white flag army, red flag army, and blue flag army on both sides of the camp are all fake. Go back, go back." The Bravosi ordered the cavalry to turn their horses around. Just like that, the thousands of warhorses that had galloped for 10 kilometers turned back a few hundred meters and rushed towards the shield wall opposite the trenches. Thump, 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 thump. Like a bowling ball hitting a steel plate, the warhorses hit the thick wooden shields at high speed and then bounced back violently, landing in the trenches. The trenches were less than 2 meters wide. Even if there was a half-meter-high slope on the opposite side, the warhorses could still jump over it, but the shield wall blocked the cavalry's way. "Keep going!" Graz Dan roared at the mercenaries. "Fill the trenches with corpses and break a bloody path." Bang, bang, bang. A few small mercenary groups did not have the capital to defy the commander of the Allied army, so they braced themselves and continued to try, but after the trenches were filled by more than 10 cavalrymen, a few cold gleaming spearheads suddenly poked out from behind the shield wall. TCH, TCH, TCH. The cavalrymen's throats were accurately pierced. "These are the real Unsullied," one of the cavalrymen exclaimed. "Let's find another place to break through." Graz Dan led the cavalry forward. Screech, screech, screech. Graz Dan despaired as he saw 3 megalosaurus flying towards him, followed by a black mass of cavalry behind them. Chapter 156. Without a doubt, when the 6,000 Yuan Kai cavalrymen were trapped in the ruins of the front camp, all the soldiers knew that the Dragon Queen had set up an ambush at both ends of the long camp. The cavalrymen were hiding behind the rear camp in the northeast, and the cavalrymen were hiding behind the burnt front camp in the west. It was normal that the scouts couldn't find their hiding spot. After all, the scouts had their own detection range. If they hid outside the range of the scouts, they wouldn't be discovered no matter what. However, when the 20,000 Gith troops entered the camp and charged towards the rear camp, the ambush should have come out. Otherwise, if they missed the opportunity, they wouldn't be able to stop the fleeing cavalrymen. In reality, the 30,000 infantrymen occupied the key terrain and blocked the 6,000 cavalrymen. However, Graz Dan didn't receive any news. After all, he had spread 400 to 500 scouts in a 20-kilometer radius. Graz Dan wasn't an idiot. Even if he was, the Prince of Ragged Clothes and the other generals wouldn't allow him to be so. Although most of the troops entered the enemy's 3 main camps, although they were certain that the Mother of Dragons and at least 45,000 enemy soldiers were in Myrine, although there were so many favorable factors, Graz Dan and the other generals didn't lose their vigilance. Under normal circumstances, 400 to 500 scouts would be enough to ensure that Yuan Kai's troops wouldn't be caught off guard. However, Danny had the ability to fight a battle where the information was completely unequal, just like how she led 3,000 infantrymen to take down Myrine silently. Yes, Danzo, the Prince of Ragged Clothes, Graz Dan and the others guessed correctly. In this world, no one would be able to lead a 50,000-man army to run for 600 kilometers in 12 days, work hard for a night, and finally run for 250 kilometers in 2 days. The entire process would be done without a sound, and not even a few 100,000 people would notice. Danny wasn't a god. Although the soldiers under her command had the title of Release Army, their quality and willpower were a few 100 times worse than that of the real thing. If she really dared to do that, there was no need to attack the Githa's castle. Her troops would have collapsed in the process. Traveling 600 kilometers in 12 days was thanks to the rich resources in Slaver's Bay. The army didn't need to bring too much rations. The 3 dragons gave everyone meat, fish, wild boar meat, even if the supplies carried were small enough. Even if each person had at least 2 horses, when they arrived at Yuankai City, Danny's 50,000 troops had almost reached their limit. Therefore, in order to take down Myrine through a blitzkrieg, she could not have too many soldiers. 3,000 fierce men. 2,000 of them were unsullied. Each man had 3 horses. When the war horses were tired, they would be thrown into the wilderness. Horses that could run for 200 kilometers were rare, but war horses that could run for 200 kilometers were not few. The key was concealment. The slave army of Myrine was buried at Poplar Slope by Grazdan, the god of war. The gladiator slaves were transported to Yuankai, along with 10,000 yellow silk cloaks. Myrine had a general mobilization, and 3,000 regular soldiers died at Poplar Slope. Even so, Myrene, which had a total population of more than 600,000 people, including the manors outside the city, could not be taken down by 3,000 people in an instant, unless they hid their tracks and directly broke into the city of Myrene. How were they going to hide such a huge force of 3,000 people? Dragon. Big Black had been observing the living humans in a 10 kilometers radius from high up in the sky, and Danny had personally led 200 horse cavalry to clear them out. Not all of them were killed. If they were slaves, they were liberated on the spot and recruited into their own ranks as militia. The others, Gith, foreign merchants, mercenaries, and high-level slaves, clerks, musicians, gardeners, and other high-tech slaves, were all tied up and locked up in the nearest manor. Well, the 3,000 cavalry did not deliberately avoid the manors. They began to encounter manors 50 kilometers outside the city of Myrene. The horse archers and black dragons were responsible for sealing off information about the manors. Well, they hunted down the messenger crows that flew out of the manors. Danny led Little White, Little Green, and a few hundred knights to besiege the manor owner. The sudden attack made the manor, which was unguarded, unable to resist, and almost all of them were taken down in one wave. Replenishing supplies, changing warhorses, collecting slaves, locking up the Gith, when Danny arrived at the city of Myrene, she already had 20,000 warriors. The sun was setting in the west. After a day of work, the city guards dragged their tired feet and numbly thought that the ordinary day was over. Suddenly, Danny rode the black dragon, led the white dragon and green dragon, and seemed to come out of the red sun. They landed directly on the city gate fortress from the sky. A dozen guards were taken care of by one person and 3 dragons in a few breaths. Then, the cavalry killed their way into the city, the slave soldiers took over the city defense, and Danny took down the Great Pyramid and became the new ruler of Myrene before nightfall. Well, that was how Danny took down Myrene with the silent blitzkrieg. After taking down Myrene, Danny spent the night and the morning liberating all the slaves in the city. During this time, the Black Dragon had flown back to Yuan Kai and had been monitoring the movements of Yuan Kai's army. This morning, Danny, in the form of a dragon spirit, saw Grazidan mobilizing the soldiers in the city through the Black Dragon's perspective. She rode the Green Dragon and led the White Dragon back to Yuan Kai. After that, there was another information blockade. The scouts in the key positions were targeted and eliminated by Danny. It was easier than using the full view of the map to besiege the enemy hero. What was the key position? It was the area between the ambush and the ambush point. It must be known that manpower was limited. It was impossible for a scout to run and patrol all the nearby areas. There was only a small group of cavalry in each area. When the cavalry in the key positions were eliminated, Grazidan became blind and deaf. Of course, if the captain of the scouts did not receive information reports from the riders in a certain area for a long time, he would definitely notice that something was wrong. The key was that it did not take too long to arrange the ambush in place. By the time the scouts found that something was wrong, Danny had already taken down the Gith infantry and was forcing Grazidan's cavalry with thousands of iron cavalry. From the first yellow silk cloak that appeared at 3:30 in the afternoon to 6 o'clock in the evening, 17 or 18 riders came back from the east gate of Yuan Kai. These messengers were all scouts in non-key positions. Report, another yellow silk cloak rushed into the palace of the Great Pyramid. The Great Virtuous Lord sat on the high back chair and looked at the ceiling blankly. He did not care about the messenger. At the large oval conference table, there were only 4 or 5, low-level, virtuous lords wearing silver tasseled toga robes. They all stood up as if their butts were on fire. They walked a few steps, stopped talking, went back to sit down, and stood up again after a while. Great Virtuous Lord, something big has happened. The yellow silk cloak panted. Which virtuous lord fled with his family? The Great Virtuous Lord asked in a hoarse voice. The first messenger brought a blizzard to the entire Yuan Kai city, making all the people of Gith feel cold. The dung man Azan was the first to leave the palace of the Great Virtuous Lord. He was also the first to lead his family and servants to board the ship and leave Yuan-Kai City. As the richest man in Yuan-Kai City, Aizen's business was all over the world. He had huge industries in New Gith, Volantis, Queers, and even Reese and Jade Sea City. Even after leaving Yuan-Kai City, he was still as rich as a country. Seeing that the situation was collapsing, the wise man of Yuan-Kai did not even think about the reason for his defeat. He directly led his family and fled. It was because he was smart that he understood how dangerous the situation was. If the great virtuous lord did not kill the 50,000 slaves, he would have stayed behind to mediate the peace talks. But now, it was useless to say anything. The maxim of the Targaryen family, blood and fire come from the same source. Damn it, blood and fire, just hearing it sounds scary. With Aizen taking the lead, the virtuous lords and great lords began to bring their families and big boxes of treasures to the docks. If they were late, the ships would be gone. Before the Mother of Dragons was free, they had to escape through the night. Even their employers had begun to flee. Would the mercenaries who worked for them stay? In the end, even the big merchants and the people of Gith in the city began to rush to the docks. Great virtuous lord, you should escape quickly. The east gate has fallen. The yellow silk cloak wailed. What? As if he had been struck by lightning, the great virtuous lord almost slid down from his chair. He stared with his bloodshot eyes and shouted in disbelief, when did the enemy come? Why didn't they even attack the city? We still have 15,000 guards and thousands of dragon-slaying crossbows. Are you still not willing to die for Yuan-Kai at this time? Your Excellency, it's not that our army is not working hard, but the enemy is too cunning. The old guard in his early 50s cried. Well, the great virtuous lord was recruiting soldiers in Yuan-Kai. Even the teenagers of 12 or 13 years old and the old people of 50 or 60 years old were recruited into the city guards. That woman. The great virtuous lord's voice trembled, and he asked with a pale face, what did she do? Just now, back to half an hour ago, outside the east gate of Yuan-Kai City, the sun was setting, and the sky was dark. The guards on the gate tower suddenly shouted, be careful, a large number of enemies are attacking. The guards immediately became alert. Not long after, the guards on the city wall also saw a black shadow running quickly to the gate. Before they could ask, there was a loud shout in the noisy running sound, quick, open the gate, there are pursuers behind. Are they on our side? As a few torches were thrown out of the city, the Gith soldiers on the city wall breathed a sigh of relief. It was a group of Gith infantry wearing yellow silk cloaks. There were about 200 remnant soldiers, all covered in blood, their armor was broken, and many people's yellow silk cloaks had obvious burn marks. However, the gate commander did not immediately open the gate. Instead, he said vigilantly, now is a special time. In order to prevent spies from sneaking into the city, you must stand under the torch and let us see your faces clearly, and report your name and home address. The remnant soldiers below cursed for a while with dissatisfaction. Finally, an officer who was obviously in a higher position stood up and reprimanded the irritable soldiers with a few words such as, take the overall situation into consideration, and, evil mother of dragons is insidious and cunning. Then, the officer was the first to stand directly below the gate. He raised his face in the fire and introduced himself, is the gate commander, General Hire. I am from Mirine's Graza family, Lingard Graza, nephew of King Salskjaer, and commander of the infantry regiment for King Salskjaer. There is this person. I remember that King Salskjaer did bring a nephew to Yuan-Kai City. Immediately, a guard whispered to the gate commander. I am the gate commander personally appointed by General Grazadin, Hire Karaz. Responding to Lingard below, General Hire turned back and asked the guard in a low voice, see if it is him. The guard looked up and saw that the man below had lost his helmet. His black and red hair was messy on his shoulders, and there were black stains on his dark face. It should be. The guard was not sure. Your Excellency, where is King Salskjaer? General Hire asked again. Bring King Salskjaer over. The general named Lingard waved behind him. Chapter 157. Two men in messy yellow silk capes carried a stretcher and ran toward the bright light at the city gate in a hurry. Be careful, don't hurt the great lord. Lingard shouted. As he spoke, he walked forward to support the slightly swaying stretcher. Under the light of the fire, the commander on the city gate found that the stretcher was made up of 2 spears and a few pieces of leather armor. It was very simple. On the stretcher lay a tall general in silver armor. His blue coat under the mail armor was dark red, and there was an arrow with its tail cut off on the left side of his chest. Obviously, the general in silver armor had an arrow in his chest and was in critical condition. Rumble. At this moment, there was the sound of horse hooves in the distance. There were arrows flying over from far away. The enemy's centaur scouts had caught up. Fortunately, the distance was a little far, and the 200 remaining soldiers were huddled at the base of the city wall. There were more than 10 soldiers outside with shields. When Lingard carefully removed that person's helmet, the city guard commander's expression changed, and he loudly shouted, "Quickly, quickly, open the city gates. That is infantry great commander Thorskei, quickly call for a doctor." Lingard was a small character, and not many people knew him. But Thorskei was the infantry commander of the Marine army, and had a high position. He was previously in charge of the defense of Yuankai city, and could be considered the commander's immediate superior. Seeing the great lord bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted because of the pain, his mouth opened and closed silently, and he struggled to raise his right hand to ask for help. How could the commander endure it? Creak. As soon as the city gate opened, the commander quickly ran out and held the great lord's raised right hand, and said affectionately, "Great lord, don't worry, I will immediately arrange for the best doctor for you." In the time it took to say 2 sentences, the stretcher had already entered the city gate. The great lord glanced sideways and saw that most of the remaining soldiers had already entered the city gate. His eyes suddenly bulged, his face was extremely distorted, and his throat made a hee sound. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Obviously, he was agitated. Feeling the great lord's iron grip on his arm, Hire gradually comforted him in a soft voice, "Great lord, you are safe, now you are completely safe." Then, he raised his head and shouted to his attendant, "Great lord is in too much pain, bring him some poppy milk." Tears rolled down from the corners of Wei Zhu Daren's eyes. He closed his eyes and stopped struggling. Seeing that even Lord Wei was moved to tears, Commander Hire's heart warmed and he was overjoyed. Suddenly, his warm heart turned cold. He looked down and saw that a sharp blade had pierced through the chainmail in front of his chest. Why? He tried his best to turn his head, but his vision was blurry, and he collapsed to the ground weakly. 200 yellow silk cloaks burst out, slaughtering the group of guards who were the manor owners half a month ago as easily as slaughtering chickens. Kill! A black mass of armored cavalry rushed in from outside the city, followed by an endless stream of infantry. Yuan Kai's eastern city gate had completely fallen. Ha ha ha! After listening to the report of the old soldier, the great sage smiled bitterly. He walked to the gate of the palace and looked at the long line of torches swimming along the wall. He waved his hand behind him and said softly, "Virtuous masters, you can all leave now. Leave Yuan Kai immediately." The virtuous masters who were still here were all the great sage's confidants. They did not leave immediately. Instead, they asked with concern, "Your Excellency, when will you leave?" "I think, for a short period of time, the dock area is still under the control of the coalition fleet. I am the great sage, and from the beginning, I have decided to live and die with Yuan Kai." The great sage said lightly. "Is that necessary? We have not lost yet. Grazidan's main force is only besieged, not annihilated. Even if Yuan Kai eventually falls, we still have the coalition army. Queers is building an expedition team, and Volantis is also frantically gathering mercenary groups from all over the world. Our messenger even got a promise from Prince Reese that if Volantis officially declares war on the Mother of Dragons, he will send a fleet to join us. Your Excellency, the wave of the people of the world against the cruel tyranny of the Mother of Dragons has just begun. We need you, the people of Guise need you, the Great Alliance needs you, the peace-loving people of the world need you, and the great sacred cause of the Mother of Dragons cannot be separated from you. Several virtuous masters took turns to persuade, and the veteran of Guise next to them also burst into tears. He choked and said, "Great sage, if you die, who will rebuild Yuan Kai?" No need to say any more. The great sage waved his hand and said coldly, "There have been too many virtuous masters who have abandoned the city and fled. The people of Guise now need a kind of spirit, a kind of symbol. I will use my sacrifice to awaken the fearless will of the son of the harpy who once galloped the continent. Great sage, we are already very motivated. This defeat is mainly because the other side has a dragon. The Mother of Dragons is too cunning, and not because we are afraid of the enemy. You really don't need to sacrifice yourself." The veteran could not help but argue for the brave men of Guise. These words were not wrong. The Yellow Silk Cloak's combat skills were naturally not as good as the Iron Legion, but they had never surrendered without a fight. Their will and courage were higher than the mercenaries and slave warriors. In the original plot, Danny Rise also formed a slave legion of tens of thousands of people, and there were more than 10,000 unsullied. As a result, the combination of the Yellow Silk Cloak and the mercenaries in Yuan Kai City beat her to the point that she did not dare to go out. Astapor, Myrene, and then Yuan Kai City, Slave Bay, the three Guise city-states have all fallen, almost equivalent to a dead country. A dead country, but no one took the initiative to die for the country. What do you think that woman will think? What will the people of Quiles and Volantis think? The great sage waved his hand tiredly and sighed, "Let's go, I will guard this great pyramid and try to buy some time for you." A hunchbacked old virtuous master smiled bitterly and said, "Great sage, I am 63 years old this year, I will accompany you." "Oh, I have many sons, I will also stay." Another fat virtuous master sat back in his seat with a determined look. "I report," before the others had time to express their opinions, another Yellow Silk Cloak rushed into the palace and shouted in fear, "Great sage, the Great Pyramid is surrounded, that woman, she came in person." I am still young, and I don't have a son, I can't stay." A young virtuous master screamed. The great sage looked around the palace, but it was too dark, and he could not see the dragons or the soldiers in the square below. "Oh, I should have thought that the Great Pyramid would be her first target." He looked back and looked at his companions with a complicated expression. Under normal circumstances, the Great Pyramid was really Danny's first target, but Yuan Kai was different. After the army entered the city, they first controlled the four walls because there were more than 2,000 Dragon Slayer crossbows placed on the walls. After that, Danny found the arsenal under the guidance of the spies in the city. The three dragons and the shield-bearers formed the flamethrower of the Iron Shield Flamethrower, and burned a few hundred yellow silk capes who were guarding the armory. Danny immediately ordered the militia to bring out the oil barrels from the armory. The three dragons once again became bombers. The vision at night was poor, and they might not be able to burn many ships, but Danny needed to force the Gith fleet to leave Yuan Kai immediately. There were 80 or 90 warships and more than 400 ships at the dock. If they were left alone, how many Gith people and Gith gold could they take away? In addition to sending dragons to throw kerosene barrels, after the main force took down the city defense, Danny immediately asked them to attack the dock outside the city. Therefore, whether the Great Pyramid would be surrounded or not, the virtuous masters inside could not leave Yuan Kai by boat. The chaos in the city lasted for 4 or 5 hours, during which the residents of the city hid in their homes and did not dare to go out. Only from time to time, there were horses running in the streets and soldiers shouting, but the dock area became a sea of flames. The north and west sides of Yuan Kai were close to the sea, and the Mother of Dragon's army almost unscrupulously threw kerosene barrels and everything that could be burned outside the two walls. Danny told her soldiers in advance that Yuan Kai did not need a dock, and burned all the ships, houses, warehouses, and people on the beach. At this time, leaving a Gith person meant that there would be one more yellow silk cloak in the future. At this time, they took away a gold coin, and there would be one more iron sword to cut them in the future. 30,000 soldiers carried out the Queen's will very well. In the early hours of the morning, the dock area outside the city was scorched black, and there was no more burning wood. Calixi, there is something unusual in the Great Pyramid. Danny was awakened from the dragon's dream by the maid Jichi. Her tent was placed in the huge square in front of the Great Pyramid. In addition to the soldiers who were responsible for the night watch, many soldiers nearby were directly lying on the ground and sleeping. They were really ready for battle. Even Danny was wearing a full body armor when she slept these days, only taking off her helmet. On the left side of the blanket was a two-handed sword, on the right side was an iron shield, and under the pillow was a dagger. Since the last assassination by the Faceless One, not only was there at least one Imperial Guard or Blood Alliance guard around her at all times, but Danny also learned Chow Chow's skill of killing people in dreams. It was not a fake dream like Chow Chow's. After Danny fell asleep, she would enter the state of the dragon's dream, which was conducive to the recovery of her body. Before, it was her consciousness that entered the black dragon's soul realm, but at this time, it was different. During this period, Big Black would possess her body. When the soul entered Danny's sea of consciousness, it could obtain her 5 senses. Because dragons were extremely sensitive to danger, if someone wanted to assassinate her, Big Black could detect it in time. What's the abnormality? Danny sat cross-legged in the tent, holding a stone egg in her hands. Well, she was not sleeping at this time, and was contacting the dragon's dream in the bronze dragon egg. Before leaving Astapor, Danny thought that there would be a lot of killing on this trip, so she might as well take Little Four to replenish some spiritual essence. She did not know how many people were burned to death in the dock area, and a large amount of colorful spiritual essence poured into the stone egg like a waterfall. Little Four was born in the last 1 or 2 days. Danny wants to see you. She said the great sage is crazy. Ji-Chi got into the tent, curiously looked at the dragon egg and asked, "Don't we need to burn it?" "Burn it again and he will come out." Danny smiled and handed the egg to her. Ji-Chi held the stone egg and looked left and right, curiously asked, "Is it going to hatch? Is it bronze?" "It's a bit ugly. Golden yellow, there are a few bronze spots on the wings, just like the small pockmarks on your cheeks." Danny stood up and said, "That's not bad." The centaur maid touched her cheeks and smiled. Danny opened a corner of the tent, poked her head out, and waved to the small figure in the shadow 5 meters away, "Come here." Quiet as a shadow, light as a feather, moving as a snake. The small water dancer, with a few sliding steps, escaped from the shadow, and almost teleported to the front of the tent. Seeing this, the strong man, Beworth, who was guarding outside, narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Half a year has passed, this little brat is getting better." An ordinary face, an ordinary maid's linen clothes, even her eyes. The immaturity and childishness of a 10-year-old girl was not missing at all in her eyes. "Danny, see, you've grown taller." Danny touched her dry and messy hair, smiling. Danny frowned slightly, but did not avoid it, and said with a straight face, "Your Majesty, Mourinho is crazy." Chapter 158. The former little gladiator, the bitch, and now Danny C. was one of the spies that Danny sent to Yuan Kai. Because she killed the children of Estapo Grazidan's family, she was sentenced to death after the code was published. Well, remember the performance when Danny learned from Boss Chow's, cutting off hair in place of the head? It was the Queen's whipping code that shocked hundreds of thousands of Estapo people. By whipping oneself to atone for the death row prisoners. Buying people's hearts was a secondary purpose. The main purpose was to establish the sanctity of the code. Even the queen could not change the laws of the code at will. Little Danny C. was also among the rebellious slaves whose hands were stained with the blood of the innocent. She was honest. When she knew that she was going to be beheaded, she neither resisted nor cried. When Danny C. was whipped in front of her, the little girl cried. Alas, the people in this world were too simple, and Danny C. was too small. She was tricked and became Danny's loyal follower. Not only Danny C., but many of Danny's guards were once members of the death row prisoners. After being exchanged blood for blood by the queen, almost all of their loyalty was off the charts. Danny C. was originally going to arrange for a kind family to adopt Danny C. and let her live a peaceful and normal life. As a result, the little girl refused to leave and said that she wanted to be the queen's right-hand woman like Missandei. Baristan also persuaded her that it was a pity for such a little girl to go to the manor and be a peasant woman. She could be kept as a seat of the king's guard. So in the beginning, Danny C. was Danny's maid and little bodyguard. Later, Danny C. began to form a spy team and arranged for spies to go to Mirin and Yuan Kai to inquire about the enemy's intelligence. The little bodyguard had been listening, but suddenly found that the work of spies was more suitable for her. In this way, Danny C. changed from a bodyguard to a small intelligence leader. She did a good job and sneaked into the Great Pyramid and became the little girl of the Great Sage's house. Well, she helped the Great Sage raise hounds. The virtuous lord has gone mad. Danny mused. But how did you get out? Is it dangerous? Danny was more concerned about the little spy's safety. I'm small, so I can enter and exit most of the rooms through the ventilation duct. There are also vents on the ground floor. Danny said proudly. It seems that Astapor's vents need to be changed to multi-pipe mode, Danny said cautiously. There's no need. His Majesty's pyramid is only 100 meters tall, much shorter than the Great Sage's 120 meters, and the ventilation is also smaller. I tried it when I was a child, and it was very uncomfortable. Danny smiled. Then she said seriously, the slave owner is crazy. I'm worried that he will destroy the entire pyramid. There are more than 1,000 slaves in it. Oh, what did he do? Danny was interested. He burned his son, daughter, wife, and relatives to death. Sigh, the sorrow of the last emperor is nothing. Danny sighed. There were many similar emperors and heroes in the ancient times of the Celestial Empire. It's not a normal burning, it's a sacrifice. The witch summoned a shadow demon to devour souls. It's too scary. Danny said with a pale face. Shadow demon? Danny was stunned. An old witch with bare breasts, big iron rings, and rubies on her cheeks, summoned the shadow of a demon that seemed to crawl out of hell. It danced under the witch's spell under the illumination of the flames. Danny's face was filled with fear as she recalled the whole process. Ji Chi's face was pale and she was trembling. Not to mention the centaur maid, even Danny herself had a layer of white sweat on the back of her neck. What was scarier than listening to a ghost story in the middle of the night was listening to a real ghost story. The demons summoned by the witch took away the souls of those people. Ji Chi said with a trembling voice. Seeing her shrinking into the blanket, Danny quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid, we have dragons. No matter how strong the witch is, she's not as strong as an immortal. Big Black is monitoring the cavalry in the wilderness. Little Green and Little White are looking for corpses to eat at the docks. They're not here. Ji Chi said. What? Those two bastards went to eat people again. Danny's anger immediately drove away her fear. Why didn't you tell me before? She glared at the maid. Calixi, compared to disturbing your rest, eating a few charred corpses is nothing. The maid said. Sigh, I can't let them get used to it. Green dragons, white dragons, and black dragons are different. Saying so, she took out the dragon striker whip, a long whip made of thin metal. She opened the tent and prepared to go to the docks to teach the two disobedient brats a lesson. Your Majesty, what should we do with Mourinho? Dany pulled her back. Don't worry, let him die. He's sacrificing his family to hatch the dragon eggs. Dany shouted. It can't hatch. Sacrificing his family to hatch the eggs is a lie I deliberately put out. Dany didn't encourage everyone to do things that went against human ethics. It was mainly based on Dany's previous experience that this kind of lie was the most credible. Before she crossed over, she and countless other Tiaba friends also thought so. If Dany said that as long as the whole family gathered together and prayed to the 7 gods happily, the little dragon would hatch. Who would believe that? Another point was that the method of hatching the dragon that Dany said was itself a paradox. Only by sacrificing the person you loved most could you hatch the dragon. But when you took the initiative to sacrifice your family to hatch the dragon, it meant that your family wasn't the person you loved most at all. You loved the dragon more. In other words, Dany was actually telling everyone that no one could take the initiative to hatch the dragon. Everything was arranged by fate. Don't force it. If the great sage killed his family, I would only be happier. But with his degree of madness, if the whole family died and the dragon eggs didn't hatch, I'm afraid that the next step would be to sacrifice the slaves in the pyramid. This is also why I came out to find you. Dany said quickly. This. Dany hesitated. It had to be said that although Dany was young, she considered the problem very thoroughly. How crazy would it be to sacrifice the whole family? There are at least 1,000 Gith guards in the pyramid. We can't attack in a short time, and the environment at night is bad. If we launch a strong attack, our losses will be too great. She hesitated. Who would want to set up a tent in the square if they could live in the comfortable pyramid palace? But Yuan Kai was different from Myrine. Myrine's military strength was extremely empty. The great sage didn't think that Dany would attack Myrine and was completely unprepared. Yuan Kai had a large number of soldiers. The great sage had long known that she would attack the pyramid. The last time the black dragon attacked and killed 3 of the great sage's sons. Therefore, every pyramid in Yuan Kai city was stationed with a large number of yellow silk cloaks and dragon slayer crossbows. Dany was still waiting for Sir Shackle to help her solve this big problem. Well, Butcher Cleon was almost at Yuan Kai. Then. I'll kill him. Dany said decisively. Don't. Dany quickly dissuaded, your life is far more precious than that dying man. How could she, a little assassin, survive if she killed the great sage in front of so many people? No matter how precious it is, it's not as precious as 1,000 slaves. Dany gritted her teeth. This little girl had been led astray. She was too righteous. Dany looked at her for a while with a wooden face and asked, can you steal that stone egg? The sacrificial ceremony is on the 3rd floor below the garden. The stone platform where the egg is placed is just below the ventilation vent. If no one was there, I could have hooked the egg with a hook despite the smoke and fire. But there are many people there, in public. Well, I'll let the soldiers launch a feint attack and see if they can lead people away. If everyone leaves, you can steal the dragon egg. Without the dragon egg, he will. At this point, Dany suddenly caught a glimpse of the bronze dragon egg in Ji Qi's arms. I remember you said in the last message that the royal family of Kills had 2 dragon eggs. Regretful Guest and Luan each took 1 dragon egg. Yes, I heard it from the great sage to the other great sage. Dany's expression changed a few times. After a while, the demon Dany and the angel Dany argued in her mind. If the dragon egg was replaced, the great sage would mistakenly think that she hatched little 4. Dany could remotely complete the last step of the dragon hatching process nearby. Then, the royal family of Kills would become extinct. The fake regretful guest was really a faceless one. Maybe she could kill the Sea King of Bravos while she was at it. The faceless one's backer must be the government of Bravos. The ruler of Bravos was known as the Sea King. But this kind of thing was too immoral. It might even hurt little Four. Sai, after stealing the dragon egg, escaped to the top floor garden immediately. Don't go down. It's too far and too dangerous, she finally said. Even if the great sage's attention was distracted, it wouldn't last long. The opportunity was fleeting. Such a short time was not enough for Danny to escape by the original route. The place where the sacrificial ceremony was held was only 3 floors away from the top floor garden. The top floor was the closest distance. What happens after I escape to the top floor garden? Danny was puzzled. I'll let the dragons pick you up. There were no crossbows in the top floor garden. There were no guards because no one wanted to repeat the mistake of the 3 sons of the great sage. Watching Danny step into the shadows, Danny sighed. Under the protection of Beavos and the others, she carried the whip and walked to the dock area. But before she left the square, there was a sudden situation on Blackie's side. The more than 5,000 cavalrymen trapped in the old camp were ready to break out. Did they notice the change in Yuan Kai? Danny was puzzled. Of Danny's army of 50,000, 3,000 went to Mireen. Yuan Kai left behind 47,000. In the afternoon, he instigated another 10,000 gladiators. With almost 60,000 soldiers, there were less than 6,000 cavalrymen and 3 dragons. The original encirclement was almost impenetrable. There was no fear of Grazadin breaking out. But now, almost 40,000 people entered Yuan Kai. There were less than 20,000 left. The army seemed to be weak. There were 3 main reasons why she didn't take down Grazadin in one go. First, it was late when she trapped them. Second, Grazadin's 5,000 cavalrymen didn't bring any food or horse feed. The longer the battle dragged on, the better it would be for Danny. There might even be a large-scale defection of the mercenaries. She had already arranged for Lila to contact the wind-blowing group in the middle of the night. Last but not least, Danny's army of 50,000 didn't bring enough armor-piercing arrows. They didn't even have iron arrowheads, crossbows, fire oil, and other powerful weapons. For example, the incendiary bombs thrown by the White Dragon and Green Dragon in the afternoon. The camp didn't have any stock. The 2 dragons flew them from Mireen, which was 250 kilometers away. Fortunately, they had been fighting for the past month and killed countless enemies. There were also 50,000 slaves slaughtered by Yuan Kai. In the process of burning the corpses, Little White and Little Green also got a share of the spiritual rain. The 2 dragons grew at an exponential rate. The largest weight they could carry was 200 pounds. Jiqi, go and call the generals. We'll settle everything tonight. Danny had an idea. She came up with a plan to kill them.